like me, right?
I say, not only does she
Oh,
have,
your daughter.
Yeah.
She's so pretty.
Did you get it, Commissioner?
I do not have access to, can't reach the page. I diagnosed it and it's saying the address. I didn't click on it, you brought it over, I just wanted to have that was open.
Camera, can you open?
Got it.
Here we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Got a QR code.
What's the URL to get to the agenda?
There you go.
'Cause you have to-
this.
Yep,
Just click.
I should automatically. Oh. Okay, I think I can take it from here. And- Yep, and we'll get to the date. Got it. There we go. Thank you. Oh, yeah, no, I know. Everywhere in the building.
You know, I was running down Gifford Street. It looks like it's almost where the Ocean Street.
State of the art. We're working on the agenda from 3:30 today?
We're talking about a dispensary.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
he's
you, are
looking
you
at
thinking about Brock?
Okay.
Yeah.
I printed it.
And you, yeah, I talked to him. He's gonna be there Thursday. 1 second.
Man,
Councilwoman?
she's drinking so much
Council
water.
President? Order in the court?
Yeah.
Un momento.
No hablas español, bueno.
It's like you're there and like the, you know what, I'll go sit by you. This way I can,
Wow, look at that.
I can kiss up to the Ward B councilwoman.
Say that on a hot mic. Come on now. You know better.
Ah,
That's what happened.
I'll wink over there. I see Evie, that's good.
That's what happens in Ward C. They run over there to Ward B.
Where? Oh, we got USD right there.
Santos right here.
So those three are not coming?
No,
No?
the doctor's not coming. Nobody's coming.
Oh my God.
What's the,
Thank you, Kim.
yeah, okay.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Planning Board meeting today for Tuesday, August 20th. Calling the meeting to order at 5:40 PM. Well, Pledge of Allegiance, please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Cam, roll call, please.
Yes, so Councilwoman Prinzary,
Here.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Here.
Commissioner Stamato,
Here.
Commissioner Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Here.
Okay, we have 5 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
Cam, I missed the sunshine, sorry.
Okay, no worries. So Today is Tuesday, August 20th. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time, and in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on August 16th of this year. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and made available to the public.
Swearing in staff?
Staff. Let's see, Cameron, Eric, Jinru, Matt, and Francisco, do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and our correspondence?
Yes, we do have one item under correspondence, and so that is under new business, item 12, case P2023-0110. It's a minor subdivision with C variances at 296 Seaview Avenue, and they have requested to carry with preservation of notice to September 24th of this year. And we could go through the adjourned under old business if you think that's necessary.
The old business we're going to go through, so you want to talk about the carrieds?
Oh, sorry, yes. So item 6, adjournments.
All right, only because we've had people from the public that haven't been, I guess, looking at the agenda on the portal. So if you're here on case P2023-0071, it's a preliminary and final site plan for 76 to 82 Liberty Avenue. That's not being heard this evening. It is carried to the September 10th meeting. There will be no more notice. Case P2023-0039, preliminary and final major site plan for 215 Van Voorst. That is being carried to the September 10th meeting. There will be no further notice of that matter. Case P2023-0020, it's a minor site plan for 540 Route 440. If you're here on that matter is also being carried to the September 24th meeting. There will be no further notice of that matter. Case P23-044, 604 to 606 Communipaw Avenue, preliminary and final major site plan. That matter is being carried to the September 24th meeting with no further notice. Case P2024-0019, it's a preliminary and final major site plan with variances 248 Erie Street and 209 to 215 15th Street. That matter is being carried to the September 24th meeting with no further notice. Case P2024-0033, it's a minor site plan at 721 Newark Avenue. That matter is also being carried to September 24th, and there'll be no further notice of that matter. Case P2024-0034, it's a minor site plan for 54 Cottage Street. If you're here on that matter, it's also being carried to September 24th with no further notice. Case P2024-0088, it is a amendment to a previously approved application at 87 Bright Street. If you're here on that matter is being carried to September 24th with no further notice. In addition, case P2024-0148, it's a one-year site plan extension request for the property at 212 Culver Avenue. Council, I know you're here. We're going to carry that matter to the September 24th meeting as well. Thank you. Thank you, Council. Cameron, I don't have any other matters that are listed as carried. The only other item, Madam Chair, that I did want to address was under new business. We did have case P2023-0009 on 85-87 Monitor Street. This was on previously and was carried. Mr. Salgian was instructed, I guess, not to appear at that last hearing. So we had made a mistake and we had told council that we would list that as first under new business. I know Mr. Salgian has an old business matter as well. So if we can just have his matters coupled together and address that at that time. I think that that would be the appropriate course of action on that matter, Madam Chair.
That's fine.
Okay, so with that, Madam Chair, we should get right into old business case P2024-0114. It's a one-year extension at 364 6th Street. Mr. Harrington.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley, on behalf of the applicant. I'm standing in for Mr. Lean tonight. I do have the original public notices that I'll provide to council.
So, Mr. Harrington, I do recuse on these matters because I have a conflict, so if you could just give those to Francisco, he will review those. And Madam Chair, it is a one-year extension.
Okay.
So I do have a conflict that I do recuse on.
Understood.
Mr. Harrington, what's normally customary is whenever I recuse, obviously, we explain to the applicant, if the applicant's comfortable going forward without the board, and if the board needs an attorney, then we carry the matter. So,
Understood. Okay, thank you. Yes, as noted on the agenda, well, I'll let Francisco, do you want to review the notices before I begin?
It looks good.
Okay, thank you. So, as noted on by council, this is for a one-year extension. My client approved approval from the board in December of 2022. The property is located in the Enos Jones redevelopment plan. So the initial approvals are due to expire on December 13th, 2024. So we're still valid now, but my client sees the reality that he's not going to be ready by then. He still has to do a number of things, including working with the JCRA on finalizing a designation. So we're getting ahead of it and requesting a one-year extension through December of 2025.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
No? All right, no questions. If there's any members of the public that would like to come and speak on this?
Sing, come forward. Come forward.
Hi everyone, good evening.
Before you speak, this is for 364
Yes.
Street.
6th Street?
6th Street, correct?
It's not 808
No.
Pavoni.
No, no,
Not yet, right?
not yet.
I received this letter. I called the lawyer. They even don't say, they said they don't know this. So they can't, sorry.
That's okay.
Seeing no other member of the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Second it.
Okay. Do a roll call to close. Please bear with me. This is my first night chairing, so a little bit of patience and grace I'm hoping for.
Nothing else.
So staff does recommend approval with prior conditions, and then from there, we can do roll call.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. So then I'd like to have a motion for item number P2024-0114 for approval.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move for approval case P23-04 for preliminary and final major site approval for 606 Communipore.
No,
That's the wrong,
that's where we're on 7A.
7A, okay. Case then,
The newness, no.
right. So I'd like to then move for approval case P2023-0071.
No.
Old business. Oh, okay, no adjournments. Try it a third time for the charm. I'd like to move for approval, case P2024-0114 for one-year extension for 364 6th Street. Second. Pat seconded.
all right. On a motion to approve, Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Cruz,
Aye.
and Acting Chairwoman Princery.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you.
So, next case, item number P2023-0087, 150 Broom Street.
That's you, Ms. Kumar. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Representing SSB Goler LLC, and this is regarding an extension for 150 Broom Street in Jersey City, Block 12107, lots 27, 28. Previously, on June 25th, we got an extension, or reapplied for extension, for a subdivision for the same project. They received an approval in 2022, January 4th, 2022. It expired at January 4th this past year. So we're requesting an extension. I did request for a 3-year extension. I saw on the agenda that it's only 1 year right now. I would like to still request for 3 years. We're still going through we're going to be filing the subdivision shortly and would like to start hitting the ground, but just in case in a scenario, so we don't have to come back again every year to ask it.
So, Madam Chair, we normally do not give 3-year extensions. We do them one at a time per the statute. So that's been the policy of this board, especially on an application of this size. So while I understand what council's saying, we carried or we didn't hear this extension because obviously the subdivision had to happen in order to then consider this. So, Madam Chair, I'm not surprised to see it on the agenda. I knew it was coming based on the subdivision that was extended previously at a prior meeting. So I think the 1-year extension's in order. Obviously, we'll hear from staff on the matter, but that would be my legal opinion as to the request for the 3-year extension.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
It does not.
No. Okay. And I would agree with that, so.
All right.
Anything else, council? Thank you.
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Public and staff.
Okay. So are any members of the public wish to comment on this item number?
Seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Second it.
Okay, staff report?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Chairwoman. Obviously the applicant requested a 3-year extension here. Traditionally, this board has only given a 1-year extension. It's completely the board's prerogative whether to honor that 3-year request or not, and staff defers to board opinion here. I believe the applicant, in the interest of making a subdivision filing deadline, submitted a resolution for memorialization today as well. There might need to be a small correction to that resolution, given that the board is choosing to give a 1-year extension here. So staff can work with the applicant's attorney to submit a revised extension to the board's counsel for review.
We could change the resolution and still memorialize.
Yeah, just
I have
change
no
the
issue
words
with
3 years to 1 year.
Okay. Then can I get a motion to approve case number P2023-0087 for the 1-year site plan extension?
Second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Roll call,
Yep.
please.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Acting Chair, Councilwoman Prince Airy.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Okay, so now, next item, case number P2024-0151, 1-year site plan extension for 900 Bergen Avenue.
Okay, good evening again, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. I do have the original notices as well that I can give to council.
Thank you, council. Madam Chair, these do appear to be the same notices that I reviewed electronically. Affidavit of publication, proof of mailing, we're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. So for this request tonight, it's for a one-year extension. It is the last extension available with regard to this project. The project was approved in 2021, February of 2021. It's an 8-story building with 50 units. It's in the Journal Square redevelopment plan area. And we did receive a 2-year extension some time ago that brings us out to February of 2025. So similar to the one that I was presenting a few minutes ago, we're kind of getting ahead of this because he doesn't think he's going to be able to start by then. A part of that reason is he is currently, my client is currently developing 855 Bergen Avenue, so his hands are full with that. So because of that, he wants to push this out a little bit. So this extension would take us to February of 2026. And that's pretty much the reasoning.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any members of the public wishing to comment?
Seeing nobody from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Second it.
Okay, go ahead.
Staff believes this extension is appropriate here. Not much else to add.
Okay, so can I get a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to move for approval case P2024-0151 for a one-year site plan extension at 900 Bergen Avenue.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Acting Chair Councilwoman Prinseri.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Rockin'.
Okay, so that's carried over. Next case number is P2024-0026.
Mr. Salgian.
Good evening, Mr. Lampe, Madam Chair Lady, and members of the board. Mr. Lampe, I have the hard copies of this service.
Thank you, Mr. Salgian. Nicole. Madam Chair, I'm in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the case P2024-0026, 306 Johnston Avenue here in the city. Does appear to be the same as the digital one that I reviewed. All does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Great, thank you.
If we may just have one moment until she sets up the...
Sarah, can I plug in?
Okay. Hello.
Okay. Just preliminarily, I'd just like to explain where we are on this project. We were before this board a few years ago.
Mr. Salgian, is that mic on?
Can you hear me?
Now we
Yes.
can.
I'll use this.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And if we need another one, we got one there, and potentially that handheld
Thank
one
you,
as well.
Mr. Lampe. This project is in the Morris Canal redevelopment plan, the TOD North District. We did receive approvals a few years back for building 8 residential units. During the planning of the construction, it was determined that certain building materials were required to be changed and some modifications to the rooftop had to be made. So we stopped the foundation construction, came back, and that's why we're here tonight. So it's a minimal change, but I'd like Nicole, our architect, to explain exactly, what we're doing. Nicole Robertson, the architect.
Thanks, Mr. Salgian.
Yes. I do. Nicole Robertson, Nicole Robertson. I'm plugged in. Can you see what's on my screen? No? You're not seeing it? I've plugged in the HDMI.
Cameron's coming to your aid.
Okay.
Francisco, can you tell whoever's in the hallway to walk down the hallway?
I'm just plugged into this, the HDMI.
Better get ourselves
Choose
the original.
Oh, I can try the other one.
Maybe you should try.
I actually used this I was before this board in June and was able to project. Did that work?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
How about any number of these?
Sure. What do you have?
Oh, wow. There's a new dongle every week.
I was literally here in June and was able to project, so I don't know. Oh wait, this might work.
Saljian, we don't have any exhibits. It's all plans that were uploaded to the portal.
Yes. You mean the plans? The plans were uploaded to the portal.
You don't have any additional exhibits, do you?
No,
No.
nothing additional.
We don't.
All right, so let's do that.
Did it work?
Yeah, it works.
Oh, terrific. Okay,
Even better.
thank
So
you.
just before we begin,
It's, thank you so much.
all right, there we go. So, Mr. Saljian, I know the witness has been here before. You're the original architect on this project?
Yes,
And you're licensed in the state of New Jersey?
correct.
And your license is current?
Yes, it is.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept this witness as an expert in the field of architect.
Okay, great.
Floor is yours.
Okay. Nicole, would you walk us through the modifications to the original plan that we're requesting this board to approve tonight?
Yeah, so as Ron, as Mr. Shaljan explained before, our client, originally the project was designed as a 4/2 construction, so 4 stories of combustible wood frame construction over 2 stories of non-combustible. Really in an effort to create a better product, the client asked us to change the construction type to all non-combustible to create a fully concrete, cast-in-place concrete structure, which is a higher quality, better fire rating overall, safer building, better sound privacy between the units. We thought it was a great idea. The only challenge with this was that the floor assembly becomes a little bit thicker. So we have an 8-inch concrete slab. So originally we had a 1-foot thick, or maybe 14-inch floor assembly in the original design. The design, that thickness of the floor assembly has increased to 1 foot 10.5 inches, accommodating a concrete slab, and then dropping a ceiling to accommodate mechanical ductwork and recessed lights that sit below the floor slab. So the proposed, you can see on the updated zoning tabulation chart that we're increasing the height from 55 feet, which was originally approved, to 58'6".
Is that still within the permitted height?
Yes, it's still within the permitted height. It's actually 6 inches lower. And we've created our presentation drawings show the approved and the proposed drop plans. I'll go quickly through those to just highlight what has changed because nothing has really changed in the floor plans. Now my mouse isn't connected anymore. Sorry. So what did change, unrelated to the building height change, we were asked by Cameron to comply with the GAR regulations for management of stormwater. So we just added a little bit of additional information to these sheets originally. So on the top of this drawing is the original approved plan, which shows at the perimeter a kind of extensive green roof on the 5th level. And we have the same thing happening on the 5th level again. We've just added a measurement for that. And then at the roof, we've actually increased the amount of green space that can manage the stormwater on the site. So now we have in bright green, you can see an outline of modular green roof trays that outline the roof deck area. So we've increased that in order to comply with the GAR. And we've also removed some storage that we had in the top. You can see that. And we kind of reallocated that area to an enclosed mechanical kind of screened in space. We're still within the original approved 32%. We had originally gotten a variance for that. We're still within that 32%, but I did want to point out those adjustments.
So the 5th floor was on sheet A111. The roof plan is A112.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. And then we have our proposed elevations, which look very similar to our original approved exterior elevations. And I'll just jump to the comparison sheets because it really highlights how similar these are. There's no change to the materials. I see that there's a little bit of a graphic issue, but we're still doing all the same materials, red brick, that kind of thing. But we've just increased the so the original floor-to-floor height was 10'6" from floor to floor, and now we're just going to 11'6" floor to floor to accommodate the additional thickness of the floor assembly. So our proposed overall building height is 58'6", which again is within the allowable building height per zoning.
What variances are triggered by this change?
None.
Okay, what variances are triggered by the rooftop?
None. I mean, we had an original approval for a variance for the 32% to accommodate the reality of the mechanical area that's needed. So that's a prior approval for that variance that we're just reconfiguring the square footage of coverage.
And we're continuing with that percentage?
Correct. Yes, I have a calculation on here that shows that. Yeah, so the top drawing shows this calculation here, the roof appurtenances calculation. So per the zoning, we're allowed 20% of rooftop appurtenance, and we've outlined that in red and shaded the square footage. So the original scheme had some outdoor storage here for like deck furniture and miscellaneous storage on the roof deck. And then we had this square shape here it was a screened in mechanical area. But as we've been developing the project, that mechanical screened in space increased in size. So in order to stay within that 32%, that was already approved, we eliminated the storage and reallocated that to the mechanical equipment.
Good.
It's still at the rear of the building. It's still, screened.
And are these changes necessary to complete the building as it's planned now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't have any further questions of Ms. Ross.
Thank you, counsel.
So just one thing, counsel, then, so the rooftop appurtenances, or there's no variance being sought, and so the only things on the application says that's the only variant. So with that, is it as of right?
Yeah, it's as of right now. I mean, based upon what the architect has said, the height of the building is within the permitted height. The only changes are within the building where the unit heights are changed because of the HVAC and the mechanicals that have to go through. So, based on that,
Can you speak into the microphone so?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So based on that, it is an as-of-right amendment that we're requesting. And I have no further witnesses if you have any questions of the architect.
Any questions? No? Okay.
No.
All right, so yeah, and anybody from the public wish to comment?
Madam Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Second it.
Okay. Kim?
So the applicant worked extensively with planning to accommodate the updates in the green area floor ratio. And they incorporated new species of trees to their streetscape. And they are in compliant with the objectives and goals of the redevelopment plan, and there is no detriment to the master plan with the variance that is existing. So ultimately, planning staff recommends approval with the conditions stated in the planning staff memo dated August 13th of this year. Are those conditions acceptable?
Yes, they are.
Okay, then planning staff recommends approval.
And Cam, obviously, if the board were not to grant the application, the applicant could proceed with the prior plan, still have the variance that was in place and the site plan approval that was in place, right?
That's correct.
Oh, anything else? No? Okay. All right. I have a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2024-0026 to amend the preliminary and final major site plan with, well, no variances for 306 Johnson Avenue.
Second it.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye. Good
Commissioners.
project and good updates.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stamato. Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Asai.
Aye.
And Acting Chair, Councilwoman Prinzery.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay.
Thank you.
So moving ahead, we are going to move to new item number 18. Case P2023-0009.
Okay, you stay here.
Thank you, counsel. Madam Chair, in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to case P23-0009, 85 and 87 Monitor Street here in the city. I've had the opportunity to review this digitally. It does appear to be the original of that digital file that was uploaded. It does appear to be in order. We can go ahead and mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Salgian.
Thank you, Mr. Lampe. This project consists of two existing two-family houses at 85 and 87 Monitor Street that are owned by the same owners in the previous application, as a matter of fact. And the application is to tear down the existing two buildings and create 10 residential units, ground floor retail, and a rooftop deck. Variances for rooftop appurtenance coverage, building setback, step back on the 6th floor, and a balcony variance. I have Nicole Robertson as my witness. I have Charles Height as a planner to justify the variances, and our civil engineer is available, but I don't think his testimony is necessary unless the board has questions. So I'd like to start with Nicole Robertson, the project architect. Nicole?
Mrs. Robertson, you're still under oath.
Yes. Understood.
Okay, Nicole, would you give us an overview of the project and what variances are required and why are they required?
Okay, so as Mr. Shaljan has explained, we have three variances that we're seeking tonight. The first is for the step back at the 6th floor. A step back is required at the 6th floor penthouse. The plan states a 6th floor penthouse may be constructed with a step back of 5 feet from the front facade. Our building proposes no step back. Our building wall is aligned from the ground floor up to the 6th floor with no step back. That's the first variance. The reason that the kind of logic behind that is that the building adjacent to us at 95 Monitor, known as the Hazel, new construction building is very similar in that it doesn't set back at the 6th floor. It has a kind of continuous building wall. And the building on the other side is also does not have a step back. So in order to be consistent with what's occurring on the block, we are proposing the same, to not step back to create a kind of sense of continuity on the block. And I'll share the plans, but I will go through the other variances we're seeking. The next is very similar to what we just spoke about at 306 Johnston, and we were anticipating what we find occurs is that the 20% for rooftop appurtenance coverage is allowed, and we are proposing 32% as a kind of reality for what we find is occurring with the layout of mechanical equipment. And that keeps us, we think that we're siting it in a logical location. It's not visible. It's at the rear of the property, which I'll share with you when I present the plans. And then the third variance is for the rear balconies. We're proposing balconies that are more than the 60% that's allowed by the plan. So the plan allows for balconies to extend 60% of the width of the facade. We're proposing a little bit more than that, but we are not extending the entire width, and we're actually pulled back at the sides with the balconies. So I can share those as we walk through the plans.
Okay, would you take us through the plans, please?
Okay, so this photo here shows the existing property, which is 3 single-family. There's 2, well, they're highlighted in red. There's 2 single-family attached homes, 85 and 87 Monitor. 83 Monitor is not included in this project and will remain. It's not owned by our client, but we will be demolishing 85 and 87 as part of this work. There has been a demolition report prepared by our structural engineer, Guy Lago-Marcino of Optimized Engineering Associates. So we are very mindful of how careful we need to be during the demolition of these 2 houses. And then you can see the Hazel, which I mentioned before, is a new 6-story building, which you can see has a kind of consistent street wall from ground floor to 6th floor.
Does the building that's proposed on our property anticipate any retail space?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, we do propose retail on the 1st floor. Sorry. Okay, so you can see the 2 85 and 87 Monitor are 2-story wood frame dwellings that will be demolished as part of the proposed work. And our new construction on the site plan, the proposed site plan shows that we have 100% lot coverage proposed at the ground floor, which is as of right. And at the ground floor, we are proposing, of course, the retail space that Mr. Shaljan just referred to, which is about 1,734 square feet with a glass storefront on the street. And then we have a residential entrance. The main building entrance we're referring to as an elevator passageway because we are not allowed to have any kind of occupiable residential space on the ground floor as it is a flood zone. But this elevator passageway provides entrance to the building, access to the elevator, and then we have all of our utilities and a bike room in this area. And we also have a second means of egress door that leads to the public right-of-way. This plan shows our trash and bike plans. So we do have a large trash room adjacent to the elevator, which is convenient. There are trash rooms on every floor, so trash is disposed of out the front door to the street. And then we have a bike room for 10 bikes, which is basically is one per unit, which is, I think, more than what's required. And then our first floor plan, I'll zoom in on it a little bit. You can see our, it was 1,785 square feet of retail space. I misspoke. And you can see the elevator passageway, entrance to the lobby, access to the primary stair, our bike room, and then we have a series of utility rooms towards the rear of the space. At the second floor, we have a 25-foot rear yard setback per the plan, and the rest of the building is basically stacked from floors 2 through 6. The plan is essentially copied on all levels, so it's essentially the same. We have a 2-bedroom at the front of the building, fronting on Monitor, and then a 2-bedroom, 2-bath at the rear of the building. At this level, this rear unit has access to a private roof terrace, which is 8 feet deep and 31 feet wide. And then at the rear, the remaining 17 feet is an extensive vegetative green roof system using 8-inch tray modules. So this is part of our compliance with the green roof requirements for stormwater management. And the plans are essentially repeated as we go up, with the exception that we have the balcony that I was mentioning at the beginning of my presentation, that we have a large balcony because we felt it was really important that everyone, as many people as could have access to private outdoor space. So we have a balcony that's 27'10" wide and 5 feet deep. It is pulled back on the sides from the neighboring properties so as not to infringe on anyone's privacy. Tried to be mindful of that while still maximizing the outdoor space for the unit owners. The plans are essentially repeated, so I won't go through those in detail. And then the roof plan, the stairs lead to the roof, as does the elevator. There's a small elevator vestibule, so the roof is totally accessible. It's a common roof deck for everyone in the building, so, and it's quite large. It basically, circles around the elevator, and then we have our mechanical area at the rear of the building.
Could you give us a summary of the materials that you're using on the building?
Sure. We have, the modular, we have the vegetative green roof system up here in the upper left-hand corner is an 8-inch kind of gridded tray. And then these kind of boxes that you're seeing that are 4 foot by 4 foot are deeper planters, which are planted with maiden grass and Russian sage, which our landscape consultant confirmed would grow well, and it provides like a beautiful surrounding for the roof deck, and is also great for our stormwater management. And then the roof material of the deck is, I have the Ipe. We have Ipe pavers, which it's a kind of modular Ipe system, which is very nice. And then the bulkhead is clad in stucco.
And what about the exterior of the building? What are the materials on the exterior of the building?
Okay, so we have our elevations. Our proposed elevations are primarily brick at the upper levels, floors 2 through 6. The white material that you're seeing is a brick, which I have samples of everything with me that I can pull out. The windows have black metal frames, and then we've added some visual interest with a kind of ribbed metal panel that spans from the top of the window units to the bottom. So there's a kind of vertical expression to the building and unification of the windows. And then at the base, we have a different material, which is Decton Radium, which is a compressed stone product, which has like a kind of really nice pattern. I will pull that out as well. And then the other thing that's marked on here is the underside of the overhanging soffit, because actually the upper floors project over. There's a small overhang, and the underside of that overhang is clad in wood, which will be visible in the rendered view.
Okay.
Actually, I can pull these out. So this is the brick sample. It's a white brick, wire cut. Right.
I'm waiting for Mr. Height to get up and help you.
Oh, that's okay. I don't have an assistant today. I know, exactly.
I mean, Mr. Salgian's got this big binder. You can't start off with that.
Sure, and this is the color of this ribbed metal panel is to match the windows. This is radium, which is the compressed stone, which has a kind of
Aspen white.
the radium is the compressed stone, which will be at the base. It's a very durable material. You can spray paint it, although I hope no one does, but it can be easily cleaned, so it's very resistant. And then this is the material for the underside of the soffit. So we're softening the kind of harder feel of the facade materials with a warm wood material at the underside of the soffit. And then we imagine carrying this into the lobby, the residential lobby. And our rendering shows how you would see that from the exterior. Oh, actually. I shouldn't try to jump ahead, but this view shows the underside of the soffit with wood and our residential interior carrying that wood through. But the rendered view shows how our new building really unites the block. It relates to the buildings on either side for the most part, matching the street wall, which we thought was important, really matching the amount of glass. We feel there's a good consistency there between the new structures and our proposal. And we do have a series of details in the plan that go into the articulation of the windows and the use of the ribbed metal panel. And then we also have a metal frame around the perimeter of the the main volume, main residential volume. So we're differentiating between the residential units on floors 2 through 6, and then the ground floor, which is primarily commercial space.
Good.
I think that's it.
Yep, good. Thank you. If anyone has any questions of the architect?
Okay.
Next
Okay.
witness, counsel.
Charles Height? Make sure you mention the full one.
That's the redevelopment plan. Testimony tonight's going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Right. Can you state your name?
Yes, Charles Height, last name spelled H-E-Y-D-T.
Mr. Height, your professional plan or your license is still in effect, is it not?
It is, yes.
You've testified many times here.
I have.
Okay. I would ask that it be accepted, Mr. Lampe, if you don't mind.
Madam Chair, if the board so pleases.
I suppose. Go ahead.
Hey. Mr. Height, you got through that one very close, you know.
My pleasure and honor.
See if it holds up all night, Mr. Height.
Mr. Height, would you go through the variances that are triggered by this application and the reasons why this board should grant the variances?
Yes, so just as a reminder, we are in the Morris Canal redevelopment plan area, the TOD, Transit Oriented Development West District. So we're advocating for redevelopment, added infill, added density in and around the light rail and mass transit. Much of the deviation relief tonight is really about the design of the building, where I would offer that the C2 criteria, where the benefits of the proposed design outweigh any associated detriments. First and foremost, with respect to the massing of the building, that 6-story setback, where we have to provide a 5-foot relief from the floors below. We've heard from the architect who did reference the Hazel building at 89 Monitor Street. Just to complete that logic in terms of consistent context, the Bella, which is shown here, actually the Bella is 74 Maple Street, which is a little further south, is an 8-story building, which is at 90 feet. There is no setback there. And then across the street, across Monitor Street, there are several 5-story structures that also don't have that setback at that uppermost floor. So it isn't a consistent design theme along this block. We are holding true to the full flush front facade. You can see from the renderings the architectural details that are incorporated into this design help the building stand out from adjacent multifamily buildings, but keep that overall consistent massing. With respect to the other 2 deviations, one being the rooftop appurtenance coverage, 32 seems to be the appropriate balance of mechanical space and other amenity spaces on the rooftop, so that maximum appurtenance coverage of 32 is being proposed, where only 20% is permitted. We are screening the mechanical equipment. We are also locating a generator on the roof of this that will be outfitted to prevent for any sort of large sound at the property lines, but also it's in a flood zone, so locating that on the upper story or the rooftop is part of the design. With respect to the balcony dimensions, any portion of the proposed balcony could occupy itself if it were a smaller width. So it could be on the left side of the property, it could be on the right side of the property. This design has the balcony spanning the full, so we are proposing larger balconies. There is benefit to the future tenants for that outdoor part of the unit, but that is part of the design. One thing that the architect did mention is that we don't encroach on the rear side yard of 18% or more, which is part of the requirements that regulate against balconies. So we're not infringing about that. It's really just about the width of the proposed design. That's the descriptions and justifications from a design standpoint. With respect to other reasons, I find that this advances Purpose A, guiding appropriate development. It's a redevelopment project in Morris Canal, achieving all the redevelopment goals and objectives. It also is a exercise in promoting a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design. We've heard the details from the architect about how we conceive, how she conceived this building and the materials and the overall massing. So I do think it furthers that purpose of the municipal land use law. In terms of the negative criteria, most of these are targeted at massing and any impacts to the immediate adjacent property owners. I think we screened, located the balconies, located the mechanical equipment in appropriate locations, so there's no impacts. And the massing at the 6th story is really just more about a consistent aesthetics. There's no substantial impact on light and air by filling in that 6-story space on that uppermost floor. We still are also meeting the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan, so there's no impairment. Just to name a few that we called out, providing opportunities for growth of the neighborhood level retail services and community facilities for the Lafayette neighborhood, ensure a positive land use impact and maximum benefit from the light rail transit by encouraging the redevelopment in areas closer to the light rail transit station as mixed use and higher intensity development consistent with the principles of smart growth and the state's Transit Village initiative. This is a recognition of those goals in its kind of overall form. I will also say this board often asks compliance with any affordable housing obligations. The Morris Canal redevelopment plan does have requirements. We are meeting those requirements. That's the direct testimony I had.
Thank you. I have one other witness, unless the board has questions of Charles. I have one other witness who is available, our civil engineer, but if there are no questions, we'll stand on the civil engineering drawings that were submitted and the reports that were submitted.
Thank you, counsel.
No.
Any questions? No?
No, man.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Charles.
My pleasure.
Do you need to hear from the civil engineer? Anybody need to hear from the civil engineer?
No, sir.
Okay. I rest at that point, Mr.
All right, so
Lampy.
Mr. Salgian obviously will give you the opportunity to comment after we open to public and hear from planning staff.
Any members of the public wishing to speak about this project?
Seeing no members of the public wishing to speak on this case, I move to close the public portion.
Second it.
Staff agrees with the testimony provided by the applicant's professionals and ultimately supports the variances requested. Staff just requests that the applicant agrees to the conditions of approval enumerated in the staff memo dated July 5th, 2024. Other than
Yes, I acknowledge receipt of the July 5th, 2024 report, and we accept the terms and the conditions of that report.
staff recommends approval.
Right, so no other questions. I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 2023-0009 for preliminary and final major site plan with a C variance, or C variances for 85-87 Monitor Street.
Second it.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
I love the layout. I think it's a great addition, and good luck. I vote aye.
Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Cruz,
Aye.
Acting Chair Councilwoman Prince R.A.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you very much.
Good luck,
Appreciate
Council.
it. Thank you for the
Council.
accommodation.
You all right,
Okay.
Mike? Artist certifications.
Okay, so back to top of new business, item number 9 for the artist certifications.
Yes, I got it. I'm like a one-man band today.
So out of habit, I got up here, even though I could have just easily said it from my station. But the artists that have submitted for the artist certification, they meet criteria 1, 2, 3, and 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the artist certification board. They've been recommended to us to vote for approval to recommend to council, and planning staff has reviewed the applications. We find them to meet the criteria, and we recommend approval.
Any questions?
No, Madam President.
No? Anybody from the public wishing to be heard?
Seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public portion.
Second it.
Okay, staff recommends approval.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the certification of artist Nuani David, Bejan Moores, Cheryl Gross, and Helen Wang. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, on a motion to approve, Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Councilwoman Prince Array.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor to certify artists.
All right, so next item is number 10, case number P2024-0098. Hello, Stephen.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Stephen Joseph of Castano Quigley Trami for the applicant. This is a notice application. I do have my notices right here.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you. All right, this 77 Forest, this is a cannabis conditional use application. This is a class 1 cultivation. This is not a retail location. I think this might be the first cultivation in
Yes.
Jersey City. So it's a little bit different from what the board's used to seeing. We do meet all of the conditions of approval. We have an architect who will testify about the plans. We also have a representative from the applicant here to testify as well, if the board would like to hear some more detail about the security plan, the order of mitigation, and all that. I know it's a long agenda, so whatever the board would like to do in terms of hearing from the applicant himself. Well, let's bring our architect up. We should enter the notices.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'm in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing. Does appear to be the same one I reviewed electronically. Does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry. We'll bring the architect up and get him sworn in.
Chairman, did you let them know I need?
Yes, Cameron's working on it.
Great, thank you. Yes. Jeremy Fennell, last name is spelled Finnell.
Okay, and you've been qualified by the board before?
I have.
And all your licenses are current?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just need use of the board's technology here. One moment. Click open file.
Yep.
Good. Thank you. All right. There we go. Okay, so this is an existing about 7,000 square foot building located at 77 Forest Avenue. So we're not showing the entire building. It does extend a little bit to the left here of the plan, but we are only proposing to occupy about 4,300 square feet of the building. So we're showing that. And the proposed work on the exterior is limited to creating a new entrance door on Forest. And there will be no new lighting or signage on the exterior. So that's it for the exterior. On the interior, there will be, just zoom in here. So the layout will consist of spaces on the first floor for a vehicle, and then rooms for growing, processing, and storage of cannabis plants. There's also a break room and a male and female restroom and a small janitor's closet. So that's it for the first floor. And then on the second floor, there's a small existing, it's not really a second floor, it's just a small existing mezzanine with a small office space and restroom, and that is just going to remain. So that's really it. I know there are certain conditions for cannabis establishments and the Class 1 cultivator license that need to be met, so I'll just list some of those. There will not be any residential uses in the same structure or on the same lot. There will not be any outdoor cultivation, and there will not be any barbed wire or razor wire. So if that concludes my testimony, unless you have any questions for me.
Can you just confirm what, if anything, is being done outside in the rear yard and anywhere in the exterior?
Yes, so I did have an opportunity to review some site plans, or a site plan that was prepared by Hudson Engineering, and it appears that there is one new tree and tree pit being proposed on Forest Avenue, and another tree and tree pit being proposed on the side street, which is or alleyway to the west of the building. And that appears to be the extent of the site improvements.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and this is not a site plan application, but the
Yeah.
detail is
Right.
is helpful. That's our architectural testimony. I do have a representative from the applicant here to talk about some of the other points if the board would like to hear from him.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful considering this is the first
Yeah.
cultivation
Absolutely.
application.
My
Thank you.
client's very passionate about this, so.
Great,
You,
thanks.
why don't you come on up. We're going to get you sworn in, and then just wait until they swear you in to start talking.
Raise your right hand, sir.
Swearing in testimony you give tonight is gonna be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Can you state and spell your name for me, please?
Eli Terry, Elitettery.
All right, Eli, if you could give the board some of your background, talk a little bit about your business, how it's going to function practically, logistically, and then touch on the odor and the security, very similar to what the testimony you provided at CCB.
So,
Counsel, you actually, you guys already appeared before the CCB back in February, and the application was approved by the CCB and recommended?
That is correct. And
Okay,
those
so
materials were submitted to this board
I think we want to hear about the operation, but I don't know that we got to completely go over
No, I
the
don't.
same testimony, but I absolutely want to hear cultivating, what it is, what's different, obviously.
The
Yeah, agreed.
abbreviated version of all that, and the board will ask if they want more detail.
Okay. How you guys doing?
You don't have to be so close, it's okay. Right
My
next
name
to
is
you.
Eli Terry. I'm a Class 1 cultivator. I'm a legacy operator and social equity applicant. I've been cultivating for about 6 years underground, and now I'm turning off the leaf to do everything legally. We're gonna have a cultivation facility on 77 Forest. It's a small operation, but it's unique. We're gonna be developing craft cannabis, just exploring the market. The market doesn't have a lot of craft, and just provide a new cultivator, a new face and a brand for Jersey City. And I'm actually born and raised in Jersey City. As far as the odor mitigation goes, we practiced that for these years as far as keeping the smell down through our filtration systems and filtrating the air to make sure that the smells are all the way down. And with this professional facility that we're going to be having, we're going to have thermal panels that's will also keeping the smells and have our filtration systems work even more efficiently. So, and as far as safety and security, we're going to be using United Federation systems as far as fire and alarm systems and security systems, and they decked out the security from the perimeters of the building and the interior of the building to make sure that we're fully protected, and we're going to be using RFID systems to scan in so only our people will be able to get in.
Any questions?
Yeah, so are you using hydroponic? I mean, how are you growing?
Hydroponics. It's going to be RDWC, all water. We're going to be using less nutrients, so it's all good for the environment.
Right. And then distribution is within the city or outside the city, outside the state?
Within the city and around a few counties within the state.
So, what kind of security you going to have around the building?
We're going to have advanced security as far as motion sensors, cameras, and the RFID systems to make sure anybody coming in and out is going to be logged in. So yeah, by the card.
I have one question.
David, let Pat go. He's been waiting patiently.
Explain to me craft. You're saying you're gonna be developing the craft marijuana. What does that mean?
Okay, so craft is basically when you really take your time and then using all of the proper ingredients, and instead of skipping steps for yield, we want the full quality of the plant, so we get the best tasting and just an experience, being a differentiator between us and a lot of other cultivators. We're definitely going to be doing some breeding, but that's definitely, it's not the same though. It's not the same.
One more question. As far as the air filtration system, you're using what? Electrostatic, carbon?
I can't say for sure the exact name of it. Critical Climate is a advisor that we're going to be using, and they specialize in commercial, industrial cannabis cultivation. Yeah.
Got an easy question. From the time that you start and from the time the plant is ready, how long does it take?
63 days. It's going to be an extra 45 days to make sure our mothers are up to speed and getting the rooms filled, but around 63 to 65 days per strand.
There are no more questions. We will open up to public if there's anybody who would like to speak on this application.
Seeing nobody from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Second it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so this application is located in the Canal Crossing redevelopment plan within Zone A, which is the mixed-use district. This is one of our first, as we mentioned earlier, Class 1 cultivation application. The JCRA has waived its right to approve or disapprove of this application. The applicant did receive approvals from the CCB on February 26th of 2024. Class 1 microbusinesses are a bit different than Class 5 microbusinesses in that they're permitted conditional uses in all industrial zones, light industrial zones, industrial overlays, commercial automotive zone, highway commercial zone, as well as any structure in all zones and redevelopment plans which industrial, light industrial, warehouse, auto repair garage, or auto body shop is deemed as pre-existing. In this case, the warehouse that the applicant is moving into and doing their Class 1 cultivation is a pre-existing warehouse structure. The conditions for this application is a bit different, so that there is no separation distance, there is no concern about schools. And then I do want to just briefly talk about how this Class 1 cultivation application is actually encouraged by the master plan. So the master plan has a goal. The first goal is to promote development of a diversified economy. And in this case, it says to preserve, adapt the city's industrial base. So the city should retain existing industrial uses and recruit viable commercial and industrial users to preserve the industrial base. In this case, the city should also continue efforts to leverage shifts in modern industry, such as the cannabis ordinance that allows Jersey City to capitalize on new and growing sectors. In this case, the applicant is providing a new growing sector to the city, as well as adaptively reusing underutilized or vacated industrial spaces within the city, just like many other retail or job creation centers like that are in Canal Crossing, like 902 Brewing Company and others in that area. With that said, staff does recommend approval with conditions.
Thank you. Yes, we've reviewed the 9 conditions in the staff report. We find them acceptable, and 902 is also one of my applications.
Well, then I'll take a motion. Whenever you guys are ready, take a motion.
I'd like to move to approve case P2024-0098 for conditional use for a Class 1 cannabis cultivation space at 77 Farver Street.
Second.
Okay. On a motion to approve with conditions, Commissioner Lipsky.
Yeah, I support homegrown, and this certainly has a nuanced interpretation of that. So congratulations, Mr. Terry. And as was mentioned, 902 is around the corner. I mean, I think it's a great location. And if you're going to put out top quality stuff, and it's going to come from Jersey City, I mean, we got great breweries, we've got great pizzas, so you get the munchies, you get something to drink, and now you can get some bud. I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato. Aye. Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
And Acting Chairwoman Prince Airy.
Yeah, it's great to see this next new step in the cannabis space here in Jersey City. I wish you the best of luck. I know it's highly regulated and it's very challenging, so to come this far is commendable. I vote aye.
Yeah, just also for the record, I want to commend you for saying how you did this prior, and now, now you're going legit. It's almost like Godfather 2, which has its 50th anniversary. Michael moved to Las Vegas and takes the family legit. So good luck with your legitimate operation.
Motion carries, all in favor. Good luck.
Thank you. Do you want to take a break?
10 minutes break.
5 minutes. Okay.
Yay.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back.
Did good, Madam President.
So, yep, let's go ahead and get meeting back to order.
If your phone now.
Yep. Okay, so we're on item number 11, case number P2024-0097. Mm-hmm.
651.
My name is Neil Zimmerman. I'm an attorney with Woodsmith, First and McNeil and Secaucus, representing 651 Tunnelly Avenue. And we have filed an affidavit of mailing and publication. It was sent to Mr. Lampy, our competent. For the record. Thank you, Counsel.
Madam Chair, I received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 601 Tunnelly. This does appear to be the same electronic version that I reviewed. Does appear to be in order. Going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Okay, great.
Okay, a little bit of background first. 651 Tunnelly Avenue is an affiliate of Daylight Transportation. Daylight has assembled an 11.26 acre parcel of land on Tunnelly Avenue. The property is located in the Tunnelly Avenue Light Industrial Redevelopment Area plan area. The applicant is a designated redeveloper and is proposing a 40,714 square foot cross dock service center. Back in June 2022, this board granted preliminary and final major site plan approval and 2 deviations. Construction on the cross dock service center is virtually finished. The building is up if you drive by. 651 Tunnelly now comes to the board asking for an amendment for the site plan approval and 6 signage variances. The site plan amendment requests approval for a larger guardhouse, which will allow for a larger handicap accessible restroom and a temporary reconfiguration of the corner of the parking lot to allow some environmental remediation to take place. None of the proposed amendments will trigger any new deviations. There were 2 deviations granted previously for the guardhouse, but none of them are affected by the increase in the square footage. In particular, will comply with all parking and side yard requirements, both during the temporary relocation of the parking area and on a permanent basis. The applicant does seek 6 signage variances. Will present 1 expert witness, Sean Moronsky, who is a professional planner, and he'll explain the changes to the site plan and prove the variances. With your permission, I'd like to call Sean Moronsky.
I do. It's Sean, S-E-A-N, Moronsky, M-O-R-O-N-S-K-I. Okay?
Now it is.
Wow.
Oh, before you start, have you been qualified by this board before?
Yes,
Okay, and your licenses are all current?
my license is current and in good standing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Sean, would you tell the board what you do to prepare for your testimony tonight?
In preparing for my testimony, I reviewed the application package, the site plan, the signage specs that were included. I reviewed the redevelopment plan. I visited the site and surrounding area, and I reviewed the correspondence from board staff.
And would you tell the board about the area surrounding the site and the current conditions on the site?
Yes, sorry about that. Let me just. Our site is in the Tunnelly Avenue Light Industrial Redevelopment Area. It was the subject of previous site plan and variance approval in May of 2022. The area, Tunnelly Avenue, commercial uses, the Holiday Inn Express to the north, various auto-related and other commercial uses along Tunnelly Avenue. To the west, you have the Conrail Railroad line, and you have light industrial uses around as well. With regards to the current site, Daylight Transport, as Mr. Zimmerman noted, the site is almost complete. The building is 40,714 square feet with 100 loading docks. It's a cross-dock situation. 9,854 square feet of office space, 111 car parking spaces, and 145 truck parking spaces.
Now, Sean, we have an exhibit up on the board that shows a site plan with some areas highlighted in yellow. Would you explain that to the board?
Yes, and my cursor is pointing at toward the left, what would be the southwest corner of the site. 5 parking spaces will be temporarily removed at that corner to remove PCB soils from the site as part of the cleanup. And after the soils are removed and the cleanup is complete, those parking spaces will be reconstructed and we will be back to 111 parking spaces. Moving the cursor a little toward the entrance at Carroll Street, we're expanding the guardhouse. It was approved at 104 feet. We're proposing 235 square feet. It's 15 feet 4 inches square on each side. The setbacks and the buffers that were approved in the prior application are remaining the same, so there's no change in that regard. And the expanded guardhouse, it allows for the handicapped accessible restroom, and it also allows for greater visibility of the site from the guardhouse, enhancing security. There's no variance relief related to either the guardhouse or the removal of the 5 parking spaces.
Okay, would you move on to the signage plans?
Yes. On this plan, this is the site plan that was submitted to the board, but we've marked the locations of the signs where they are. And I'm going to start with the wall-mounted signs. And there is one on the left or the south side of the building, another on the east side toward the southeast corner, and one on the northeast side. These are 3 internally lit wall signs. They're each 130.5 square feet, and they're mounted 35 feet above grade. The building height is 37.5 feet. There are also 2 freestanding signs along Tunnelly Avenue, one near the southern driveway. That is a pylon sign. Its height is 20 feet. The sign area is 50 square feet, and the maximum letter height is 12.25 inches. As you go toward the north, approximately 1,500 feet away, to the north, there is another freestanding sign. That pylon sign has a height of 25 feet. It has 147 square foot area, and the letter height is up to 20.5 inches.
And so would you explain the variances that we're requesting?
Yes, all the variances are related to the signs. In terms of the building signs, we're allowed, in terms of location, we're allowed one per primary entrance, one per frontage. We have 2 signs on the eastern facade. In terms of the sign mounting height, we're limited to 25% of the maximum height above grade. That would be approximately 9 feet from the grade level. And we're proposing at 35 feet, which is about 94% above grade level. We also require freestanding sign variances. We're allowed 1 per multi-use center. We're proposing 2. And the maximum letter height on those freestanding signs, respectively, up to 20.5 inches on one and 12.25 inches on the other. And this is related to the north end pylon sign. So in terms of the justification, requesting the variances under the C2 criteria where the overall benefits of the project outweigh the potential detriments, that concerns about signage, of which I don't believe there are any, given the size of the lot, the length of the frontage, and also the length of the building. And I'll start with the building signs. Let me go to... So this is a view of the building signs in terms of where they are. Okay, that sign is a partial sign along the east elevation. That's in the northeast section, just to give you a sense. A little shaky there. Just to give you a sense of what the signs look like. And then the 2 other signs, just to show that they are uniform signs and that they are consistent with the branding of Daylight Transport and their trademark. The 2 signs facing the eastern frontage, there's a greater than 500-foot distance between the northern and southern signs on the Tunnelly Avenue facade. I believe having these signs at this location allows for more efficient identification for vehicles on Tunnelly Avenue in terms of identifying the site for both cars and trucks. The mounting height, greater than 25% grade. Signs for this type of use are typically mounted higher on the building. It's more effective for identifying the site. The ground level differential between the building and Tunnelly Avenue. Tunnelly Avenue is at elevation 14. The building grade's at elevation 14, and Tunnelly Avenue ranges from an elevation of 14 to 18. When you add in the proposed landscaping, the over 100-foot setback from Tunnelly Avenue, the fence, and the landscaping that's going to be put in, it would make it practically difficult to see a sign that conforms at that 25% mounting height, as opposed to what we're proposing, which is more typical for a light industrial use.
So are you saying to the board that we're proceeding under C2? Or
C2.
Not C1. Huh?
Not C1. We're proceeding under C2. We could say C1 in terms of the distance and the length, but I do believe, I feel that C2 is the stronger argument. In terms of the freestanding signs, the number of signs, and that also is related to the length. There's a substantial distance along the frontage, much like the building sign, and this also allows for efficient identification of the site. And the maximum letter height, as you can see on the screen, Daylight is larger on all the signs. It is part of their trademark. It's how their signs come about. The sign area does meet the requirements. The height meets the requirements. And I believe that for the sake of consistency, not just for the brand, but also for the sign as it lays out on the sign face, that the sign letter height certainly does not take away from the visual impact regarding what we propose. In terms of the purposes of zoning, Purpose A, encouraging municipal action to promote the health, safety, and general welfare, and also Purpose G, in terms of allowing for a variety of uses in compliance with environmental regulations. The plan allows for the redevelopment of this site, which is consistent with the redevelopment plan, and the signage variances contribute to the redevelopment of the site and the effective ID for vehicles on and off the site also.
Safety considerations?
Safety considerations, absolutely. So in terms of accessing the site in a safer and efficient manner, and in terms of aesthetics, it certainly does further those purposes of zoning. We have to address the negative criteria. There's no substantial detriment to the public good. The wall signs on the eastern facade and pylon signs are placed due to the long frontage along Tunnelly Avenue. The letter size on the pylon signs and the mounting height provide a more effective ID for vehicles approaching the area and moving at the speed of traffic. The wall signs do meet the area requirements. The freestanding signs meet the area and setback and height requirements. The temporary parking space removal is attributable to the PCB soil removal, and those spaces will be rebuilt. And the guardhouse expansion contributes to more efficient security.
And Sean, during that temporary period when the remediation is going on, we'd still comply with the parking requirements?
That is correct. We would have 106 spaces remaining, which would comply. And there's no substantial impairment to the zone plan, certainly not the redevelopment plan. We further several goals. Goal A, redevelop the redevelopment area through the elimination of blighting influences, remediation of environmental contamination, and providing the opportunity for the expansion of existing industrial development or new light industrial development, which this application does. And Goal D, providing the land necessary to accommodate the need for light industrial space in Jersey City. The requested variances with the new signage, with the modern light industrial building. The deviations help to facilitate the redevelopment of the site, which supports the greater goal of site cleanup and getting this property active again. So for the reasons that I've outlined, I request you grant the relief requested. Thank you.
That's all I have of Mr. Moronsky.
Okay, any questions? No? All right, we'll open it up if there's anyone from the public that would like to comment.
Seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public session.
Okay.
Staff believes the proposed signage is appropriate for the site and thus supports the variances requested to the site or for the signage. Staff recommends approval, so as long as the applicant agrees to the conditions enumerated in the staff memo dated August 15th, 2024.
The applicant agrees.
Okay, we'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve case P 2024-0097 for a final major site plan amendment at 611 Tunnelly Avenue.
Second it.
Commissioner,
Yes.
With variance, I stand corrected, so still second.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Yeah, I think the signage will be added nicety over there, so I vote aye.
Commissioner Samato, Commissioner Cruz,
Aye.
Acting Chair Councilwoman Prince Array.
Aye.
Motion in favor, or motion carries, all in favor.
Aye, too.
Thank you, Council.
Good luck.
Okay, item 12 has been carried. Next will be item 13, case number P 2024-0052.
Cambridge.
Welcome back.
Hello. Stephen Joseph Casano quickly Trami for the applicant. This is a notice application. This has been carried, and I do have our notices here. And this time I will wait to mark those into evidence.
Madam Chairman, received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 192 Cambridge Avenue here in the city. I've had the opportunity to review the digital version. This does appear to be the original version of that. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you. Stephen, go ahead.
Thank you. All right, 192 Cambridge Avenue. this is a little interesting because this was actually previously approved at the zoning board with a D variance, but the zoning has since changed. So the applicant changed up the plans a little bit, is now proposing a 3-story, 4-unit building with an accessory dwelling. The use is now as of right, so we're here at the planning board. We do have a variance for the front yard landscaping. We have an architect who will show you what that is and why that is, and we have a planner to explain the proofs on the record. So let's get Avart sworn in.
Yes, I do. Avart Patel, Aavart Patel. Thank you.
Your license is current in good standing this evening?
Yes, that is correct.
So, Avart, if you get situated here, if you could walk us through the plans.
Has he been qualified?
Sure.
And you've been qualified by this board before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Okay.
And your
And it's-
license.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to quickly go through the floor plans, give you a little more information about the site. The site is about 3,900 square feet, about 38 feet wide and 100 foot deep. Going to quickly jump to the site plan. As you can see, one on the left of the page is the proposed site plan, showing the primary structure with the accessory dwelling unit in the back. I'm going to move to the floor plan. The one on the left is the first floor plan. We're proposing a double wide garage with a side-by-side parking and a unit about 1,000 square feet towards the back of the building. The front of the building, you have the 16-foot wide garage door and then entry to the building with a pathway leading towards some of the support spaces and unit number 1 towards the back, and then the staircase going to the upper levels. As part of the garage, you know, 2 car parking plus 4 bicycle parking within that same garage space. And this building sprinkler room would be located off of the garage, and the garbage room is from the main lobby. The garbage path will lead through the main lobby to the front door and to this sidewalk. I'm going to go to the second floor plan. Unit number 1, which is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit. Fairly straightforward layout. Open kitchen with the living dining combined space, and then 3 bedrooms are the side of the building where the 3'2" setback is. All the windows are going to front the setback. And the window from the living with the patio door is going to lead to the backyard. The unit is about 1,050 square feet. Going to the second floor plan. This level has 2 units. As you come up the stairs, there is a door leading to unit number 2, which is located towards the back of the building. This one is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit. Similar layout like the first floor, where there's an open kitchen when you enter the unit, with the living area located towards the back of the building with a triple wide window. And the bedrooms are on the side of the building where the 3'2" setback is. Now, towards the front of the building is the unit number 3, with the common lobby accessing the unit. This will have a large kitchen and open to living area. 1 bedroom at this level with a common bath, and then a small office den space towards the front of the building. And then a staircase leading to the upper level. So this is a part of the duplex. I'm going to go to the 3rd floor. So as you come up here, we'll have 2 other bedrooms with 2 baths for unit number 2, and then we'll have unit number 4 towards the front of the building, which is going to be a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit. Similar layout for kitchen and living area like the unit below. Now going to the roof, we'll have both unit number 3 and unit number 4 will have access to their own private roof decks with a green roof located in one of the corners, and the roof decks are set back from the front facade of the front of the building as they are required about 12 feet. We're going to quickly.
Before we go on to the elevations, can you just let the board know how many square feet of green roof we have?
Yeah, sure. The proposed green roof is about 453 square feet, and
can you also go over to the site plan? And
correct. That's I was about to. Okay, so the one variance we are seeking is the front yard landscaping, and the reason being the front facade of the building needs to align with the adjacent or neighboring buildings. So the location of the facade is basically set based on the adjacent building, and whatever room we have left, some is taken by the access to the garage, the access to the front door with the paver or paved areas. And the rest is shown as a green areas, but we are still deficient of about 25 square feet.
Yeah, let's go on to the elevations now quickly before we
Sure.
bring up Sam.
So the elevation is fairly straightforward. We have the lower level is going to be predominantly brick, with some wood look siding accented around the main entry door. There is a box bay which kind of centers on the garage door, with a brick surround and black color windows. And then the rest of the facade is a beige color hardy panel type material with a metal cornice up top. The windows are proposed with a transom unit and a casement module with a operable swing out type setup. There's a elevation for the ADU side on the right side of the main building facade. Again, we are keeping the material similar to the main structure. The brick would be at the first floor, and then the hardy above with some accent wood siding between the windows. I'm going to quickly go to the other. This one is the primary structure rear elevation. We are proposing a hardy or vinyl type siding on the 3 sides, the 2 long sides on the back of the building with a stucco finish around the first floor.
And the stucco finish is a smooth finish?
That is correct.
If the chairman were here, I'm sure he would ask that, so I want to get that on the record.
Yes, it is a smooth stucco finish.
Today was your day not to go swim. Chairman's not here. You got away with it.
We always go for smooth, but I like it smooth. And going back to the side elevation, fairly straightforward. Egress type windows, stucco along the first floor, siding on the upper floors, and similar treatment at the ADU sides as well. This is along the adjacent building. We are attaching to the building on one side since the neighboring building is on the proper line. So this is the profile of the adjacent building. I think that's pretty much it, unless you have any questions.
No questions? Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
We have Sam here this evening.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, can you please spell your name?
Samuel Bellamy, last name Bellamy.
Okay, you've been qualified by this board before?
Yes, and my license is current and in good standing.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Great. So, as Mr. Patel said in his testimony, it's just the one variance that we're seeking tonight for the front yard lot coverage. That's established by the front yard setback that we're proposing that matches the adjacent building to the north. The property is located in the R1 neighborhood housing district, so we are a conforming density use, and the ADA unit's also conforming. We're asking for 199 square feet of coverage, or 56% of the area, where 176 square feet, or 50% of the front yard area is permitted. So it's an increase of 23 square feet, or 6%. With that, we're proposing the driveway area that does taper down from the garage entry into the curb cut, also the main residential building entryway, and then the side access that provides access to the ADA unit in the back of the property. We are proposing the 44% of the front yard area to be landscaped areas as demonstrated by Mr. Patel. And overall, we are removing some existing encroachments into the building. I did have a chance to go out to the site. There's currently a stoop and step area that encroaches into the sidewalk area, as well as the building itself. So by demolishing the building, proposing this new structure, we actually are bringing the property into conformance and are overall improving the streetscape here. In addition, we are adding new sidewalks, curbing, and a new street tree, which would further enhance the streetscape. So I think overall the variance can be granted pursuant to the C2 criteria, where the benefits would outweigh the detriments here. The project also does advance the purpose of the municipal land use law. Again, it's an appropriate use and development of the site as it's permitted and consistent with all the other bulk standard setbacks and coverage of the zone. We are providing adequate light, air, and open space. That's consistent with Purpose C of the municipal land use law. And in addition to the coverage, we are overall consistent with the pervious lot coverage of 90% on the property, and are above and beyond the 10% performative green roof ratio that's required here. Overall, I don't see any substantial detriment to general welfare here. Again, I think this is largely in line with what the R1 district calls for, with the exception of the minor front yard coverage variance. I think likewise, I don't see a substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan or zoning ordinance. This is what the R1 district calls for, and that's what we're proposing. I would just wrap up to say the R1 district does allow a little additional lot coverage for ADA units, but it doesn't likewise allow for additional coverage, front yard coverage for those units. So again, I think that additional sidewalk area that we're proposing is really the increase that we're asking for, and again, is appropriate. So with that, I think the positive and negative criteria have been met, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Questions?
No, sir. Amen.
So each unit will have ADA compliance, or?
I think Bart could answer that question.
So the unit on the first floor, that's the only accessible unit. All the other units are on the elevator, so
There's no
without the elevator, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
All right. Great. That does conclude our direct testimony. I did mistakenly say front yard landscaping in my intro. It's a front yard coverage variance, but that does conclude our testimony this evening.
Anyone from the public wishing to speak on the application?
Seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public portion.
Second it. Second it.
Thanks. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Staff circulated a memo dated July 30th, 2024. Within that memo, it recommended 7 conditions. Does the applicant amenable to those conditions?
Yes, we are in receipt of the staff memo. We have reviewed the 7 conditions, and we agreed to those 7 conditions.
Excellent. With regards to the requested variance. So the principal intent behind the front yard coverage limit is to prevent illegal front yard parking, which I think, as anyone who lives in Jersey City knows, is a bit of an epidemic. We want to make it so it's physically impossible to leave a car in your front yard and clutter up the streetscape and make it hard to navigate. In this case, this variance is being requested for enhanced pedestrian access and for ADA compliance with level access to the building. Staff thinks this variance is appropriate and supports it.
So one thing on that is that, so is the building adjacent to that driveway? Is that part of the parcel? Isn't there a driveway to the north?
I'm sorry.
Is that part of the entire parcel? I think.
That is correct. It is the entire parcel, the house
Oh.
and the driveway.
Right.
Yes.
So what I do is on my phone, I don't check my emails or anything. I look on Google.
Right.
And so on that particular site, there's like a row of cars that are going there. So I think that, helps with what Matt was saying too. So, good job. Thank you.
There are no more questions. I'll take a motion.
No, sir.
Yeah,
No
let me
questions.
just, so this is the Cambridge, right? So I move to approve case P2024-0052 for minor site plan with variance for 192 Cambridge Avenue.
Second it.
That's good.
All right. Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Yeah, I think that the project certainly meets the criteria in both negative and positive. I think it's an excellent design. The block has a bunch of three-story buildings on, and I think the design blends in well with it, and I think it'll complement a residential component, so I vote aye.
Acting Chair, Councilwoman Prince Airy.
It's nice to see some of these projects coming forward with the accessory dwelling unit, to see how that's going to play out for us in Jersey City. That I vote aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Okay. Next case, number 14, P2024-0136.
Staff will be presenting on this.
Okay.
So in front of the board today is a proposed amendment to the scatter site redevelopment plan to add 9 parcels that were previously designated as an area in need of redevelopment by City Council back on June 26th. These parcels are all located in the downtown area in Ward E, and they consist of vacant and underutilized properties. The principal purpose of the scatter site redevelopment plan is essentially we have these, dead zones or holes in our existing urban fabric, and this permits and facilitates the repair of those holes under a simple principle of whatever you used to have there, you can rebuild it. So the addition of these parcels is certainly appropriate because a lot of these are vacant. Some might be structurally unsound. The concurrent use maybe isn't what was historically there, maybe doesn't align perfectly with how the parcel's zoned. The scatter site redevelopment plan does always preserve the option to rebuild under the underlying zoning, but it also allows for the option of being able to rebuild what you can prove historically was there. This is consistent with the master plan because it advances the goals to repurpose and reuse existing structures, celebrate and beautify the public realm, continue efforts to enhance residential neighborhoods, and create a balanced housing supply.
Any questions?
Yeah, just real quick. So there on the redevelopment plan, there are about 65 other parcels throughout the city, correct?
Correct.
Right. And just for a sense of understanding, because I don't know, I mean, I've seen some in my neighborhood, the Heights and throughout the city. I mean, to what extent is this fostering or triggering the mechanism to improve these, the other parcels?
Certainly. Well, one, by designating them as an area in need of redevelopment, that opens up lots of options with regards to things like designated developers and the like. Secondly, the redevelopment plan allows you to rebuild at historical uses and densities without having to necessarily go to the zoning board for a variance.
I guess what I'm saying is the utility of it. I get the concept, and I think it's great, but, you know, words without wings to heaven don't fly, says Shakespeare and Hamlet. So are we flying? Are we taking some of these sites and improving them?
So that would be beyond the purview of the planning department.
That you work for?
No, it's beyond the purview.
Oh, okay.
So
Fair enough, then.
we're just one division within Housing, Economic Development, and Commerce.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Anyone from the public?
Seeing, you're going to speak for the public? Ah.
So, yeah, Charles Harrington of Conopoli. I represent the property owner of 155 Morgan Street. I don't think it is. It's, yeah, 155 Morgan Street, which I've represented in the past, and they contacted me after they got notice of this. So really the purpose of me being here tonight, and I had a conversation with Matt, and he touched upon it in his comments earlier, is just to confirm there's in section Roman numeral 6C, there's a section there that speaks to where the number of units cannot be determined, then you revert back to the underlying zoning. So for 155 Morgan, it's R3. The issue here is kind of a little bit of a nuance in that this is the building, people refer to it as the Queen Latifah's building, the firehouse. So I don't believe there were any residential units there previously. So I know the purpose of that section, the first two sections, is to kind of grandfather your rights to build back to what the non-conforming, residential density was. But this one, as Matt says, I believe the intent is that we always have the right to develop under the underlying zoning, which is here in this instance the R3. So that's why I just seeking clarification or confirmation, because I don't want to be before the planning division 3 months from now and say, geez, we missed that, we're not sure. I just want to try to get clarification ahead of time. And then kind of to touch upon your question to Matt, I think this does help, because the proof's in the pudding. And these people called me right away, and now they're going to move. They did have a project a few years ago that didn't go anywhere, but now they're inclined to move and get something done there. So that's all. I'm just asking for clarification, again, on the record.
Certainly. The clause you referenced is one that is the structure of which is more or less unchanged from previous versions of this plan. And as city planning has enforced this plan historically, the option to rebuild to utilize the underlying zoning always exists no matter what. And there are, in the objectives as well as the general provisions, it makes that clear.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the public?
Madam Chair, seeing no one else from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Second it.
Any additional questions?
Yeah, I guess I guess I already spoke.
In that case, I'd like to motion to approve case P2024-0136 to amend the scatter site redevelopment plan to add to the plan 9 parcels identified as part of the study area 5 and designated as an area in need of redevelopment.
Second it.
Commissioner Stamato?
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Desai?
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky?
Glad to have got schooled, and I'd like to thank Matt for the explanation, also council, and I'm glad to see that this thing is working. I vote aye.
Acting Chair Councilwoman Prince-Arey?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. On to item number 19, case P2024-0067.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Tom Lean of Connell Foley here on behalf of the property owner. This is a notice case for a subdivision. I posted it on the portal. However, I will provide counsel with a hard copy.
Madam Chair, I received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 213 Congress Street. This appears to be the original of the electronic version that I had previously reviewed. It does appear to be in order. This matter was originally scheduled for a prior hearing back on July 23rd and was carried with the preservation of the notice. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. The subdivision before you is an as-of-right subdivision for 213 Congress Street. It is located in the R1. Both of the lots that we are creating will be conforming lots, with one slightly bigger than the other. We're creating a 25 by 100 and a 26.75 by 100. I do not have any testimony. I believe that the subdivision plat speaks for itself. However, I will say that I have provided city planning with a memorandum from Historic saying that we are allowed to demolish the property. It is not a historic property. And we have agreed to the condition therein that we will only have one curb cut there, and it will go to the larger lot of the two, as opposed to a shared curb cut. Because this is as a right, because it's a minor subdivision, we will do it by deed. We will include that there will only be one curb cut within the deed as a condition of approval.
Great. Any questions? No. Anyone from public wishing to speak?
Madam Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
I would just ask the applicant to agree to the conditions in the staff report.
I am in receipt of your report of June 17th, and we agree to the conditions therein.
Okay, thank you. Staff recommend approval.
Thank you. I'll take a motion.
In that case, I move to approve case P 2024-0067 for a minor subdivision at 213 Congress Street.
Second it.
Okay.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Acting Chair Councilwoman Prezari.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor.
Great.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, number 16, case number P2024-0072.
Good evening, Acting Chair. Commissioners Benjamin Wine of Prime, Tuvel, and Maselli on behalf of the applicant 982 Summit LLC. Just a little bit of housekeeping. This is for Mike. Good to see everybody as always. The property address this evening for which we're seeking an application for development is 982 Summit Avenue. That's block 2802, lot 2, and we are zoned in the RC2 zoning district. The property currently consists of a vacant lot that measures approximately 50 feet wide by 106 feet deep, and we are surrounded by residential uses with a little bit of commercial and mixed uses as well within the area. There are some 4- and 5-story buildings around the neighborhood, and it's predominantly surrounded by 3-story buildings. We're here seeking minor site plan approval to construct a 3-story building at the property that would contain 6 residential units above ground floor active space, along with landscaping and lighting improvements. The proposed development does comply with all of the zoning requirements in the zone, and as I said, we're only seeking minor site plan approval, as Mr. Lampe has informed this board before, simply because we are over that 5,000 square foot threshold of gross floor area. Interestingly enough, we do believe you'll find this a unique, in a good way, application whereby most times developers come before this board and seek to maximize the buildable potential on a particular lot. Actually, what we're doing here is underdeveloping the lot in some manner. We are permitted 8 residential units on this property. We're only proposing 6. You'll see that our setbacks are also in excess of what's required, and our coverage, both building and lot, are actually under what is permitted. The reason being this particular developer and this particular development are looking to provide a quality product and focus on quality a little bit more than quantity, and highlight outdoor space for all of the units, which is why our coverage is well below what's permitted. And I know that that's a unique feature before this board, but I think it's worth mentioning. As well, we reached out to several different community organizations, the Heights Coalition, the Pershing Field Neighborhood Association, and the Friends of the Pershing Field, in order to share our plans. We did not hear anything back from any of those particular neighborhood associations, which is somewhat par for the course when you have an as-of-right application. I intend to call one witness this evening. It's our project architect, Tom Laporta, is going to be sworn in and hopefully accepted as an expert in the field of architecture. And then Martin Moreno, who is the project lead designer, will deliver the bulk of the testimony. So unless you have any questions of me, I'm happy to proceed with my witness.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Counsel, I do have notice on this application.
Yes, you do.
Do you have the original?
I definitely have a copy.
I don't believe we qualified it before, so for purposes of the record, I have reviewed the affidavit of publication proof of mailing. This application was previously scheduled for the July 23rd meeting. It was carried through tonight with preservation of the notice. Council has just now handed me the original. It does appear to be the original of the electronic copy that I had reviewed previously. It does appear to be in order. I'm going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Thank you. Right, now you can continue.
Perfect.
Yes. Thomas Laporta, Laporta.
And you've been qualified by this board before?
I have.
And all of your licenses are in good standing?
Are in good standing.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, so with that, I would like to bring up Mr. Moreno, who is going to speak to the application.
Can you move your folder?
Before you get started, have you been qualified by this board before?
I have, Madam Chair, yes.
Yep. And again, all in good standing and current?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you. Continue. Oh, sorry. Jumping the gun.
I do. Martin Moreno, Martin Moreno.
So Martin, the only thing I would like to ask you just for qualification, I know you've been accepted, but if you can just confirm that the plans that you're going to share this evening were under Mr. Laporta's guidance and signature and seal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So with that, Martin, I'll turn it over to you. If you can walk the board through the existing conditions and what we're proposing at the site today.
Sure. It's not connecting?
Yeah. Is it,
HDMI.
All right.
Can try again.
Okay.
Let me try again. Why is something happening? It's good? Okay, perfect. Okay, permitted, thank you. So good evening, everyone. My name is Martin Moreno, speaking on behalf of T. Laporta Architect PC, here to present our project at 982 Summit Avenue. As previously mentioned, we are proposing an as-of-right 3-story, 6-unit building in the RC1 zone, better shown here in our proposed rendering. I'm going to go a little bit into detail in regards to the exterior design and some of the choices that we made for said design, but since we have the exterior rendering up, I just want to go briefly over a few things. For starters, we are proposing 2 faces of the building. Both are set back from the property line. This brick face here that you see is set back about 3 feet from the property line. The white siding face is set back about 6 feet. The reasoning for that was for 2 purposes. One was to create a sort of buffer between the sidewalk and the front part of the building, and also create a sort of alcove here at the entrance for more privacy and a better entrance to the building. In regards to the siding, the brick, the window design, the window type, a lot of that was made in regards to the adjacent buildings. We really studied the site to make sure that whatever we were proposing was going to be compatible with the streetscape and match a lot of set elements such as height, massing, materials, things like that.
Also, in our cover page towards the bottom, we have our location plan. There is some construction going on this street. You can briefly see it here on our working site photo at the sort of tail left end. There is construction going on to the left of the property if you're looking at it from the street, as well as across the street. So we did hire a sort of, we did take these photos personally with a drone team just to get a more up-to-date current shot of the site so you can get better reference in regards to what's going on in the neighboring buildings. Moving on to our next sheet, which is our zoning analysis sheet. I want to focus first on our site plan. As Mr. Wine previously stated, we are proposing a 3-foot and a 6-foot front yard setback. We have 2 faces, as I previously mentioned, for the buffer. The zoning requires that we provide 0, but as mentioned, we are providing a 3-foot and a 6-foot. In regards to the side yard setback, we are proposing a 4-foot side yard setback where both 0 and 3 feet are required. And in regards to coverage, we're about 20% less. As Mr. Wine previously stated, we are proposing a slightly smaller building footprint and proposing less units, proposing 6 where 8 is required, and focusing really on the quality of the building rather than quality of the units, rather than the quantity to hopefully provide a more comfortable living environment for the future occupants. Also on our site analysis sheet that we have here, we have some street photos looking both directions of Summit Avenue, as well as some current aerial photos looking in all directions, north, east, south, and west. Again, these were taken personally by us just to once again sort of highlight the existing massing, the existing height and scale that is on that street to show that we're more compatible with our streetscape in regards to the building massing and design. Towards the bottom right-hand corner, we have some of the bike parking details. We are required 3 bike parking spots, half of the total unit count, but we are providing 4. So we are just providing an additional parking space for the tenants. I want to briefly just go back to what I was talking about in regards to the buffer on the front part of the building. As mentioned, we are providing a 3- and 6-foot setback to create a little bit of buffer from the sidewalk, but we are also providing 2 street trees, as shown here in the site plan, to also just kind of create a little bit of a buffer between the main street and the building. The next 2 sheets are Jersey City standards and codes, things like that, so I'm just going to skip them and move on to our floor plans. So this is our first floor plan. The first floor will have 2 units, both of which are ADA compliant. Both units will be 2-bedroom and 2-bath, and they will both have access to their own rear yard setback. I understand it's not being shown here, but if I just quickly go back to the site plan, you can see that the rear yard will be split and be given to both the ground floor units. So the ground floor units will each have their own rear yard exterior space. Said space can be accessed through the master bedrooms, the primary bedroom, or through the side doors. These side entrances here serve 2 purposes. As we mentioned, they provide a more sort of common access point to the rear yard. They also provide accessibility access for any accessible any ADA tenants that may occupy these units. We are providing 4-foot setback, side yard setbacks on the sides as required per the ADA code. So if need be, we have enough space for someone to wheel down the side and enter the unit through those side entrances. Also on the first floor, we have active street frontage that can be occupied by the building tenants. We have our bike parking here, which is going to be accessed from the inside of the building. And in regards to building uses, such as sprinkler, utilities, refuse room, all of that will be accessed from the outdoors. So the refuse room, which is located here, that's going to be accessed from the outside. We decided to be accessed from the outside so the refuse can better be wheeled directly out into the front of the street. And also having the access from the outside is better sanitation, better odor control from it going into the building lobby, things of that nature. Moving on to our second floor plan.
Well, before you do that, in the application, it says that there's a ground floor active storefront. So is that the building common room?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's the active storefront, which can also be used by the building occupants as well.
But was the intention to lease it as retail or?
That is the intention, possibility. The applicant is definitely open to that as well, using it as retail or some other similar type of use. Moving on to the second floor plan, we have units 2A and 2B. Both of these units will be 3-bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and they will also have access to their own exterior terrace space located towards the back of the building. So per the RC zone, the second and third floor building have to be recessed back more from the rear property line. By recessing the second and third floor back more, we took opportunity of this to create a terrace space above the ground floor. So both Unit 2A and Unit 2B will also have their own exterior space, similar to the 2 units on the first floor. Going on to the third floor plan, which is on your left, this is also similar to the second floor. Both units will have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. And in regards to the roof, shown on the right, the units on the third floor will also have access to their own roof deck. That's going to be accessible from an interconnected stair from the unit that's only accessible to the unit itself. So in recap, each unit in the building is going to have they're going to have their own rear yard, either rear yard or exterior terrace, really nice, comfortable feature to complement each unit. In the portions of the roof that are not being used by a terrace, we are proposing green roofs as required per zoning. Moving on to our elevations. So in regards to the residential design standards, this is a little bit more of what I was talking about earlier. We studied some of the neighboring buildings in regards to height, scale, roof line, massing, things along those lines. We noticed that some of the buildings have bump out features as seen in photos 1, 2, and 6. A lot of them are 3 stories. A lot of them have a flat roof line. There's like a heavy cornice accent on the street. As you can see better, most detailed in street photo 7. So we took into account all these sort of elements from the street and we applied them to our project. That also goes for the windows. There's a heavy accent, there's a heavy sort of casement window feature in the neighboring buildings. We incorporate that into our design, as long as the double hung windows, just to keep it a little bit more sort of traditional. The side elevations are more of the same. We provided these sort of bump outs on the second and third floor to create a slightly bigger bedroom. And once again, very similar to what I was saying before in regards to the similar elements that are found on the street. Down here, we have our list of materials that we're proposing for the building. The sort of beige brick, to once again kind of recap showing this photo here, there's I believe it's a church, which is across the street and 2 houses over, which is all beige brick. So we decided to kind of take that color accent, that color theme. You can also see the beige house that's 2 doors down on the third photo. Same concept, we decided to take that sort of beige and white accent, that white color palette, and apply it to our building. So we have our beige brick, our siding. The ground floor on the sides is going to be smooth stucco. As I know you guys like smooth, so smooth stucco. And the rear and side yards is going to be vinyl siding. In regards to the front, I don't believe I mentioned it, the front will be fiber cement. I know that's preferred by the city, so we are proposing fiber cement siding on the God bless you. We are proposing fiber cement siding on the front and vinyl siding on the side and rear elevations. This is the other face of the building where you can see the meters and some of the building uses that, once as mentioned, are going to be accessible from the outside. Something I forgot to highlight, my apologies, is the 6-foot privacy screen. There's going to be in between the terraces for units, for the second floor units and the first floor units. So the first floor units, their rear yards will be separated by a 6-foot privacy screen as required by the city, as well as the second floor units, their rear yard terraces will also be split by a 6-foot privacy screen. And the details for that privacy screen are right here, as mentioned. Moving on to our next sheet, we have our building section, just to get a better sense of the floor ceiling height and the main egresses in the building. And just a roof deck section, once again showing the materials that we're going to be applying to the roof deck and the green roof terrace, the green roof details. Moving on, we have a horizontal building section, once again just highlighting the different spaces in the building, the floor ceiling height, the main egress access point, and an additional rendering from another point of view just to once again kind of showcase the project. And that kind of wraps up the presentation.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Mhm.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay, any
And
questions?
to be clear, no further witnesses.
No?
No question.
Public?
Yeah. Get in there.
Public.
Anybody from the public wishing to speak on this application?
Madam Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll be covering for Matt Ward tonight. Planning staff just asked that the applicant agree to the conditions in the planning staff memo dated July 19th of this year.
We take no exception to that.
Super. And planning staff just would like to add that this does meet the purpose and intent of the RC-1 zone. It is an appropriate historical pattern along this corridor, continuing that, and it's permitting a mix of uses consistent with the neighborhood center. City planning staff sees no issues with the project and recommends approval.
Take a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forth for approval case number P2024-0072, 980 for a minor site plan at 982 Summit Avenue.
Second it. Both of them.
Okay, on a motion to approve with conditions, Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Yeah, I love the design. I think the less is better is definitely, great. I mean, because even in your picture you show south of it, there's a 4-story building there. Going across southwest, there's a 4-story building. So it's a great design. I think it's going to work well on that block. I vote aye.
Thank you.
And acting chair, Councilwoman Prinzary.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. So next, case number P2023-0089.
Okay, good evening. Again, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. The application for you tonight is for a preliminary and final site plan with a C variance. The variance we're seeking is with regard to the maximum building coverage, which we'll address during the application. We're seeking 89% versus the maximum permitted 85%. The property before you is located in the RC2 zone. This is one of the new zones that was created after the master plan was adopted. And it's a corner lot at the corner of Congress and New York Avenue. It's an undersized lot, 25 by 67. But we are seeking an approval consistent with the new zoning. Because a little bit of a background, this property had a zoning board approval for a 3-story building with commercial on the ground floor and 2 residential units on top under the prior zoning. So with the new zoning, it permits 4 stories, a density of 75 units per acre, which is 2.88. You can round that up to 3. So essentially what we're doing is we're amending the prior zoning board approval technically or untechnically, whatever, to 4 stories instead of 3 and 3 units instead of 2, and seeking that variance. So with that said, I have 2 witnesses tonight. Jeff Lewis is our architect who will walk you through the project, and also Sam Bellamy is our planner. And just for the record too, speaking of planners, we have been working very closely with the planning department on this design before we got here tonight.
Council, do you have an original of the notice?
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have an original copy of the notices.
Madam Chair, I have the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to 387 New York Avenue here in the city. This matter was scheduled for a prior hearing and was carried to tonight's meeting. I've reviewed the electronic version of the notice. It does appear that this is the original of that notice. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. So then I'll proceed with Mr. Lewis.
Yes, I do. Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey Lewis. And for the record, my license is active and in good standing in New Jersey.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So 387 New York Avenue, as was mentioned, this is a vacant lot, and we're proposing a new 4-story mixed-use building with ground floor commercial and 3 apartments above. Just to break that down, the commercial space is going to be 941 square feet, and each of the 3 apartments is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment that will be 1,150 square feet. To achieve this, we're asking for 1 variance for building coverage. 85% is the required, and 89.61% is what we are proposing. Looking at the site plan at the top left here, we are proposing 3 new street trees with conforming tree pits, 2 on Congress Street and 1 on New York Avenue. The building itself is being built to both front property lines and both side property lines, with the exception of a 7'6" by 23-foot area in the rear of the building, which we are cutting out, which complies with the rear yard setbacks for this property. We do have a cellar in this plan, and we're looking at it here at the bottom of the drawing, and I want to start there. What you can see is that we do have 2 stairs and an elevator, and these are all going to the cellar space. Down here we do have our meter rooms. We have our sprinkler room, as this will be a fully sprinklered building. We have our trash and recycling area, which is over here. And then lastly, we do have bicycle storage for 6 bicycles. Moving up here to the ground floor plan, what we can see is that most of the floor is a commercial space. The main entrance to that commercial space is off of Congress Street. And then there is a secondary entrance here off of New York Avenue. The space also has its own ADA bathroom over here to the left. The rest is for residential. The main entrance there is off of New York Avenue here. This provides access to both stairways as well as the elevator, and then also a door out to the rear yard. The rear yard is just a lawn area enclosed with a 6-foot tall board-on-board fence, and this will be accessible for all of the tenants of the building. Here we're looking at the upper floor plans, and I want to start at the bottom here. This is the 2nd and 3rd floor plans. They're each the same. As was mentioned previously, these are 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartments. All the apartments in the building have washer dryer in the apartment, as well as wall-mounted mini splits to provide heat and air conditioning. The apartments are accessed by both stairs and the elevator. There's a living, dining, kitchen area at the corner of the building. And then moving back, we have the 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. And lastly, we do have a 3-foot by 6-foot balcony, which is overlooking the rear yard. Looking up to the 4th floor above, this is essentially the same plan as below with 1 minor change. We've updated the second stairway number 2, the one in the center here, so that it could serve as an internal stair to go up to a private roof deck for that 4th floor apartment, So the 4th floor apartment, the same as the ones below, except there's a stairway inside the apartment that goes up to the roof. And then lastly, here we are at the roof plan. The roof deck itself is 262 square feet. It's set back 10 feet from each of the street lines. And the rest of the space is used for condensers. And then we have 896 square feet of green roof trays. Okay, these are both of the street-facing elevations. We did design a fairly traditional building for this site. I'm going to start at the bottom, go through the building materials. The base of the building is a stone finish, which we're showing over here. The main finish on the 1st floor is a red brick, and then the 2nd to 4th floor is a cobblestone-colored fiber cement siding. We do have a fiberglass cornice, fairly large fiberglass cornice at the top of the building, as well as some fiberglass trim above the brick, separating it from the fiber cement siding above at the 1st floor. All of the windows and doors on the building have a dark bronze finish for the frames. This includes all the upper apartment windows as well as the commercial storefront windows and doors. Lastly, here we do have a 2-foot by 3-foot blade sign that we're proposing. We don't have any graphics or anything for that sign yet, but we're just proposing the sign at this time. And then lastly, here we are on the side elevation. Most of this main section is on the property line and will be finished with a smooth stucco finish. This is the rear yard area to the right. The ground floor will also have that same smooth stucco finish, and the second to fourth floors will have the same fiber cement siding that will match the front. And then lastly here, we do have those balconies that I mentioned, and they're going to be finished with black aluminum for the finish of the base itself, as well as the rails and posts to the balcony. That concludes my presentation of the building. I'll take questions, I guess, after Sam goes, or now, whichever you prefer. After?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure. You want me to try to zoom in on it? Yeah.
Okay, then we're going to move right into Mr. Bellamy's testimony.
I recognize I'm still under oath and qualified from before. So proceeding with my testimony, as Mr. Harrington said, we are asking for just one bulk C variance here. We are in that new RC2 district of the city. The bulk variances that we're asking for is for building coverage. Shown on the site plan here, with the updated zoning of the property, there were also some changes to the yard definition. So a rear yard now has 2 fronts and a rear lot point. We are proposing to actually exceed the minimum rear yard setback standards of 15% on the ground floor and 30% on the upper floors. We're proposing 34.6% and 30%. So we are exceeding those requirements. We're also meeting the side yard setback and front yard setback requirements. It's a 0-foot requirement here. Usually what that meeting standards or exceeding standards usually gets you to a permitted building coverage. But given the corner lot nature of this property and the percentage now based requirement, we are slightly exceeding what's permitted. We also do have a pretty substantially undersized lot of 1,675 square feet, where 2,500 square feet is permitted. So there are elements of a hardship here. But I think with what we're proposing of meeting or exceeding the setbacks, you could see as intended by those requirements, we are in line with those adjacent buildings, both to the north. Our setback kind of is actually a little under what their building depth is. And then also to the west, we're kind of consistent with that adjacent building. By also having 0-foot side and front yard setbacks, we complete a complete streetscape, which the zoning does intend for, with the permitted commercial use on the ground floor. So I think with overall what we're proposing, the benefits do substantially outweigh the detriments. We're also exceeding the minimum green roof requirement. We're at 61.1%, which exceeds the 50% requirement here. I don't see any substantial detriment to the public good or general welfare or impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. Again, this is a new zoning district. I think we're largely in conformance with the requirements, but for the building coverage, which is related to the undersized nature of the lot. I also think we're promoting the purpose of that district to recognize historic mixed-use areas in the city, and that's also consistent with the master plan that calls for some neighborhood scale retail uses at appropriate locations. This project also is in line with the municipal land use law. Again, it's a permitted mixed-use building, so I think it's an appropriate use and development of the site consistent with Purpose A. I think this, with the setbacks we're proposing and the nature of the lot, we are providing adequate light, air, and open space consistent with Purpose C, and then developing a vacant lot with, again, a permitted mixed-use building, adding the new street trees. We are promoting a desirable visual environment consistent with Purpose I. With that, I would conclude that the bulk C variance, again, does substantially outweigh any detriments, and that the positive and negative criteria have been met here. Thank you.
Okay, then that would complete our presentation, but I would also note for the record that we have reviewed Ms. Pereira's and Mr. Ward's Staff report dated May 3rd, and we would comply with their recommended conditions of approval.
Anyone from the public wishing to speak?
Madam Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Second it.
Great. Okay. Cam, go ahead.
On behalf of Sophia and Matt, thank you for agreeing to the conditions in the staff memo. Planning staff agrees with the professional planner's testimony regarding the variances, and we agree that we believe there is no detriment to the zone plan or our master plan, and the project does meet the purpose of the RC-2 zone. And yeah, planning staff thinks it'll be a great addition to the neighborhood. So planning staff recommends approval.
Thank you. So I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve case P2023-0089 for preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 387 New York Avenue.
Second it.
Commissioner Stamato. Aye. Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Sy.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Bellamy. There's no, I mean, I think it's a great project. And then it adds to that corridor. There's a number of restaurants and cafes, and it's a firehouse at the eastern corner, and then 2 blocks away is the light rail. So I vote aye.
And acting Madam Chair, Councilwoman Prinzuri.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and take a short 5-minute break, and we will return. Next up is item 19, case number P2024-0144.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, Planning Board members, council, and staff. Jim McCann from the law firm of Connell Foley, appearing on behalf of the applicant, KRE Acquisition Corp. This is an application for a preliminary and final major site plan approval. The block numbers referenced on the agenda are in fact correct. The subdivision applies to those properties. This is a notice case, so I'm going to take a minute and tender my affidavit of proof of service to council.
Madam Chairman, received the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application P2024-0144 here in the city. Was noticed for this evening. Had the opportunity to review it. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, council. This property is in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment area. And just to give you a little background, we're here for a very technical reason tonight. The subdivision that we're going to propose to you was already approved by this board in 2022, in October of 2022. My client, KRE, was the applicant at that time. They're still the applicant. They are the contract purchaser of the property and the designated redeveloper of the property. The reason we're back here is because, as you probably know, under the municipal land use law, once you have a subdivision plat signed, you must record it with the county register within a limited period of time. And unfortunately, the sale that was supposed to happen between my client and the seller, and that involved the JCRA, could not occur within that time period because of the financial markets. So the subdivision plat that was approved by the board and signed by all the relevant officials, the city clerk, the planning board chairman, the county planning board, and the city engineer, that plat expired. So we're here tonight to ask you to approve the subdivision again, and the plat that we're going to propose to you is the exact same subdivision plat that was approved in October of 2022. Having said that, my first witness is Mr. Len Savino. He's the project engineer. He testified at the last hearing regarding the subdivision plat, and in fact, I'm going to turn it over to him to start the presentation. But Len, can you just identify the document that you have up on the screen for us?
Certainly, it is, yeah, I probably need to be sworn in.
Oh, sorry.
I do. Sure, it's Leonard Savino, Leonard, last name Savino, S-A-V as in Victor, I-N-O.
Okay, and you've been approved by this board
Yes, I
before,
have.
qualified, and your licenses are current and good standing?
That is correct.
Excellent, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Len.
So the plan you see before you is Major Subdivision Plan CB 103, which shows the 5 lots on the top right, and then being subdivided into 2 lots below that in the middle right.
But Len, that is the signed
This is
plat
the
from
signed plat.
2022, right?
Correct. You can see all the signatures in the blocks on the left side there.
Okay, that's just so you see that that's the plat that was signed in 22. So Len, now let's go to the plat we're proposing to the board now.
Certainly. So the plat you see up there now is also a major subdivision plan, CB 103, with a more recent revision block in the right corner right here above the title block. That's really the only difference.
And, right, substantively, that's the exact same plat as the one that was signed, correct?
That is correct.
And that's the plat that's been posted on the planning board portal, and it's part of our application, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So council, legally, this is a reaffirmation of the previously approved subdivision solely for the purpose of now being permitted the opportunity to record the subdivision plat. Is that accurate?
Yes, if the board approves the plat again tonight, we will then have it signed by all the relevant government officials again, and then we will record it this time within the time period required by the MLUL.
Because the county registrar will not accept the plat if it's not within the statutory time frame. Signature-wise, it's got to be reaffirmed by the board in order for that body to actually accept it and record it within the chain of title, and then for title insurance to insure.
That is exactly correct. That is why we're here.
So, Madam Chair, from a legal standpoint, this happens for reasons that escape me as an attorney. The statute does not provide a sufficient period of time for the number of signatures and the number of approvals necessary. Obviously, as this body knows, we hear the application, then there has to be a resolution, then there has to be signature, somebody's away on vacation, and then by the time you get it down to the county recording office, if you're one day out of time, it has implications that obviously when people are spending huge sums of money, there's financial institutions involved, et cetera, these are the headaches that happen, and council has to come back and redo the request and reaffirm that everything is proper and in order. So it happens, and here we are.
Okay, here we are.
Madam Chair, I would respectfully say we should open it up to the public to hear any comments regarding the subdivision. Mr. McCann, I'm pretty sure that's all the testimony you have on the matter. I don't know.
Well,
Testimony on the subdivision?
I do have Charles Height just to confirm again. There is one deviation from the redevelopment plan. He could come up and just confirm the testimony just from his last record. It'll take 5 minutes.
All right, so let's have Mr. Height provide that testimony, and then we'll open it up to the public.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I am, still under oath. Okay. You want me to jump in?
Yes.
There are a set of 5 parcels that are being merged into 2 separate lots. Some of the existing parcels are irregular in shape. When we're merging them to create the new boundaries, we run into an issue with the shape factor calculation. So on 3401, we're requesting relief where the perimeter and the lot size don't comply with that maximum of 28. In my opinion, as I testified previously, there are existing perimeters that are being merged into one, there's no change or additions or increases to the actual overall property. That amounts to a hardship because you're working with existing properties. So I would offer that as a C1 hardship case. Effectively, we're preparing the sites for redevelopment that are consistent with the redevelopment plan. I don't see any negative impacts in the one deviation request for shape factor because we're really consolidating irregular properties to advance redevelopment. So I think it's in line with the redevelopment plan.
There is no problem. That was previously testified to. Again, when you have irregular shapes and you're trying to, the common term is re-subdivide because you're changing the configuration, but it is a subdivision, 5 lots to 2 lots, and how you configure those lots. I think it is a classic hardship in that regard.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and open up to public.
Yes, that concludes our testimony. Thank you.
Mhm.
Can I speak some? Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
My name is Melody Lay. Address 812 Pavonia Avenue.
And I'm sorry, could you spell your name for me?
Melody.
Melody.
Lay, Lei.
And
Okay,
we
I
have
came
3
here
minutes
maybe.
for you.
Hmm?
3 minutes.
It's okay. I don't need 3 minutes. I came here maybe can consider you guys think it's conspiracy or not related, but what I want to express for the represent the neighbors, so many people. You see this very late, whatever, early have the meeting, no one available, have time. Okay, because we work hard every day. We go through the past train. We think this project was related, but the lawyer says not. The Pavonia Avenue, there's alleys, pedestrian road was closed. Before when they closed, they incurred the public. We go there, they agree to make the small box, whatever, to go. So right now, suddenly, October 1st, they closed it. So after that, we know that this project is going to start it. They notice everyone parking there. September 8th, they're no longer parking there. So we realize that everyone said, neighborhood, everyone said, oh, they prepare for their project. Therefore, they close that alley to, inconvenient, give everyone's inconvenient. Because every day we take that alley to go to the pass train for our commute. Save the time, save everything. So right now it's closed. And also, I don't know what's the project on the Pavonia, Bergen Avenue, JFK, there's one, and along the Safe Avenue, that's a Kushner family's project also. They didn't finish. Every day we suffer a whole 2 years, more than 2 years. When it's raining, there's very little bit alley, is water paddle there. Everyone, there's 2 directions to go. It's horrible, hazard. And then like today, I come back from the work, and then it's pretty windy. Those dusty wind, I have a video. It's just come to you. You cannot barely open your eye, and the dust all come to your mouth. So we are worried about this project starting again. So we're neighborhood, how we live in there. I'm here, I was diagnosed 2018. I have COPD. So I noticed that because the environment is too bad, too much construction, everything. So we barely can survive. So I hope everyone, when you give this project, whatever, that project, we hope they finish and start this one. Because it's so inconvenient for us. And also, you see the Manhattan. And Manhattan, the land is much golden here, I think, much more expensive. When they do any project, they have the alley, they have the pedestrian road. We hope city can consider about our situation, our struggling daily life to reopen that Magnolia Alley.
Madam Chair, I don't think that's part of this project.
I know it's not, but all neighbors said, okay, it's prepare for them.
But ma'am, it's not part of this project. That's all I'm saying.
I hope.
You just said yes.
I said when I come here first, and I said maybe you guys think I'm conspiracy. My neighbors, everyone's conspiracy because that road is closed, right? And then before you always go from the parking lot. This project parking lot, that's people's pedestrian road, very heavy. So right now, when you close that, no one will to go to the parking lot. If they close it or open
Oh,
it,
ma'am.
they still go to this parking lot. The parking lot, the project will get disturbed or inconvenient, or they have more liability.
Ma'am, I'm just expressing, I understand you came here and you thought one thing, but now you understand that what you're discussing is not part of this application, right?
Yeah, from the beginning I said, maybe you think I'm conspiracy. That's what I said.
I'm not thinking anything.
Yeah, because right now you said not related. I explained to you. Because lawyer told me. I said no. I know already. It's not related. But I want to express our mind. Anyway, you guys are city people. City people consider about us. I hope in general you guys consider about it. Not for this project is fine. I agree. Okay. So right now, okay.
So I think probably your next best step, if you have not already done so, is to reach out to your council person.
Yes, we
Giano, to have that conversation, and I can also
We did
separate and aside from my planning board duties, I can speak with him about that as well.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. We did.
Seaboard.
Yeah.
Giano.
Yeah, no,
And also we talk about the project.
Ma'am, you have your 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes are currently up, and we can have a different conversation
Sure,
with the
that's
council
no
person
problem.
afterwards.
Like I
okay?
said, the lawyer called me to outside, and the master called me outside, and then later on he
We-
said,
we-
"I'm not
we-
allowed to talk."
Ma'am, we
to them.
understand,
It's
but we
issue.
do
This
do
is
have to-
recorded. I
we-
hope everything is recorded.
Everything
because
is
I'm
recorded.
worried later on, city will come behind me, revenge me. I already received so many tickets. I know this is force us out. I think.
Thank you,
Why
ma'am.
I keep receiving
Thank you, ma'am.
ticket?
All right.
Okay, I just want to try.
Hi. Yes, my name is Bruce Ross, owner of 80 Tunnelly Avenue. Yeah, Ross. Regarding your discussion about this not being relevant to the application, I'm here to contend that it is, because the property that you're talking about is a 5-lot subdivision being created into 2. What I'm concerned about is that the provisions of getting from Pavonia Avenue to the alleyway on John F. Kennedy are not being preserved. I'm very much concerned that everything be taken care of, make sure that this alleyway is preserved so that people coming up from that part of Journal Square, from the Marion neighborhood, can get through to John F. Kennedy. I don't think that enough measures have been taken. There was a planning board meeting several weeks ago, or a meeting that they said that they were going to make sure that alleyway was kept open, and right now the alleyway is closed. It may not be the result of the developer, but I'm here to say that somebody with the city is not preserving that alleyway. That's a major through path for people that walk through there. If you have that alleyway open, you'll find people walking there all times of the day, maybe 1 or 2 seconds apart. There's a very large neighborhood that relies upon that alleyway, and I'm contending that not enough measures are being taken care of to make sure that stays open. The other concern is that make sure that when they do the construction of the property, that they take care of mitigate dust and noise levels that are going to invariably impact the community. So we want to make sure that our voices are heard and adequate measures are taken to preserve our rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else from the public, please come forward.
Yes, I do. Massimo Baiardi. The address is 855 Pavonia. Massimo. Last name B like in boy, Aiardi. So I've lived in this community, Journal Square, for about over 20 years. It's always been residential. I see high-rises coming up, but anyway, they're there, and I don't think we can stop that. But the consideration I'm thinking about is that the development of this area should be more focused on the community, so that this alleyway, even though it's not part of the project, has been an access point for many of the residents that live there. And cutting that off now abruptly, without any input from the community, has caused a lot of hardships for people that live there, especially elderly people, senior people. So there's been no consideration for that community of people. And I'm also very concerned about the environmental impact. The air, the dust, and everything else that's going on with the construction, they're not mitigating those effects on the community. And I'm concerned if they're given that consideration for those aspects.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public?
Swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, please state your name and give us your home address, please.
Sanjeev Kadam, 812 Pavani Avenue.
Can you spell your name for me?
SANJEEVKADAM.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm a resident here at 812 Pavania Avenue, and I would like to discuss 2 points. The first is the pedestrian alleyway, which is currently closed, and it will be really great for us as residents of the community, as we all use this pathway to commute in our daily activities, as we have to go to the power station. And currently, as it has been closed, and I hope that in the future certain measures are taken, certain safety measures are taken when the construction is going on. And I understand the construction should be done, but along with that, there will be many dust particles and many noises that do affect us also today, as recently our previous community residents mentioned that there is also certainly a certain construction going on along the way, which is affecting our whenever there is rain or whenever there is sand, it does always affect us whenever we are walking through that. So I will really appreciate it if the council takes our concerns seriously and look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
I need to put that up yet. Come on, sir.
Yep. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, can you state your name and give us your address, please?
Bruno Silva, BrunoSilva. I live at 812 Pavonia.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just to reiterate here, I've lived on Pavonia for a number of years now, and I just wanted to reiterate what everyone else said, that make sure our concerns are heard, because that lot might not include the actual alley, but includes the walkway that gets from Pavonia through to Magnolia to the alley, and it was abruptly closed, and that has impacted, the quality of life for like people who live, for example, Pavonia, Magnolia, Broadway, that area down there. And I just wanted to, say that going forward with this, the building's gonna go up, fine, but as long as there's provisions in place to keep that walkway open throughout that process to the alleyway. I don't know what the plan is with the alley so far, because as we said, there was a meeting a couple weeks ago. We were under the impression that it wasn't going to close, and it abruptly closed the beginning of this month. Fine, sure, but just going forward, at least we'd like to have a little more clarity on that front, and would really appreciate the council's consideration with this new one here that is taken care of.
Sir, this meeting you're referring to, the meeting that you're referring to,
Yeah,
did you attend that meeting?
I did.
Where was it?
It was at the Hudson Community College on Sip Ave.
Okay, do you know who was hosting that meeting?
Yep, the developers working on that project that's for the Lowe's Theater.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was not in this room, and that was not in front
No.
of this body?
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, I just don't know what meeting you're referring to, that's why I asked.
Okay. Yeah, no,
So-
that was I guess, them trying to tell us that they weren't going to close it. And I was just under the assumption that the developer went through the council and all that stuff.
But that's not this developer, is my point.
And also in a different body. This is the planning board, and you are referring to the council, so I don't know if you are meaning the city council or if you're, because they're two different bodies also, and these are two different projects. So they're in the same area, but they are not related in that way.
I know,
So-
I'm just reiterating that was kind of like the catalyst for that. And so now that we have this new one, we just kind of wanted to reiterate that the walkway, not so much the alley itself, because what we're talking about right now is these two new lots here, and we just wanted to make sure that that stayed open, or at least have that in your consideration. That's it. Thank you.
Thank
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, that Lowe's Theater, that's a city project, correct?
Correct.
All under the city council?
Correct.
All right, that's where they would have to address that scenario as far as the walkway, right?
Well, it's the JCRA is involved, the city is involved, the developer for that project is involved. So it's a little more complicated. But I know I was also not at that meeting, so I do not know what transpired at that meeting. That would be Councilman Bogiano and the JCRA. The Jersey City Redevelopment Agency, for those who don't know the acronym, the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency. Right. Anyone else from public?
That's where they need to go.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure they understand that.
There are offices in this building, right?
Yes, I do. Yeah, it's Satyam Karpe, Satyam Karpe, 812 Pavania. Yeah. So hello everyone. So I'm a local resident over here at Pavania Ave, and I want to address that the Mangala Ave pedestrian alley, which is like closed, and it's very crucial part that's connect past station and beyond. And if the Mangala Ave is closed, it's create a huge inconvenience for all of us. We rely on its day-to-day commute. I strongly urge to keep this path open so that residents can continue to have an easy and direct access to the public transit. Talk about the construction going on the Bergen Ave and JFK Boulevard. It's been dragging like too long, and there is a lot of dust which is overwhelming, and the noise is constant. And when it comes to rain, we are all left with large puddles. So I ask to prioritize this completing the Bergen Ave and JFK Boulevard project before moving to the new construction. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else from the public?
Yes.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sarvesh, Sarvesh, Samant, SMNT. And I stay at 80 Tonal Avenue. And yeah, the problem is like the same problem which the other people have over there. Like the alley, it has been abruptly closed, so it's very difficult for me to just take away from the different path and go. It's like an important path for me to go to the PATH train, because I go to NYC for my school and all. So I hope you people like just take this more seriously and help us to find out a solution. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Madam Chair, seeing no one else from the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public session.
Second it.
Okay.
Staff reviewed these applications, substantiates both Mr. Height's testimony about the validity of the variance. The path tracks create some very unusual shapes here. Staff would also like to put on the record that though in terms of any temporary impacts from construction, the Division of Planning does not supervise construction with regards to the long-term planning for the area that the walkway in question is identified in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan as a required pedestrian walkway. So any development that happens in that vicinity is required to preserve and improve that pedestrian right-of-way. If there are impacts during construction from a project, that would be best addressed somewhere else. But in terms of the long-term planning and making sure that there is a long-term permanent pedestrian access between Magnolia and Pavonia Avenues and the path station, that is accounted for within the redevelopment plan's provisions.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take a motion.
So we're doing the,
19.
Okay.
2024.
Yep, got it.
01.
Got it.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2024-0144 for a preliminary and final major subdivision for 808 Pavonia Avenue, 132-140 Van Ripen Avenue, 12 Bryan Place, 813 Pavonia Avenue, and 270 Magnolia Avenue.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Chairwoman Councilwoman Prinseri.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, so next up, item 20, case number P2024-0145.
Preliminary and final major subdivision with variances.
Good evening again, everybody. James McCann from the law firm of Connell Foley, again appearing on behalf of the applicant KRE Acquisition Corp. This is, again, a preliminary and major, an application for preliminary and major final site plan subdivision approval with variances. The property is in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan. The block and lot numbers referenced in the agenda are correct. And again, we're here, to be brief, we're here on this application for the exact same reason as the application that you just heard. I can answer any questions, but I think you folks all heard the explanation, so should I go right to testimony?
I think we just got to mark the notice.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I have my hard copy of my affidavit of proof of service.
So just real quick, is that, why do we need two of these things?
So we'll explain that to you, and at the risk of creating another controversy, the reason why we had to do another subdivision is because we've been working with the city under the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan on this project. And this subdivision that you're going to hear now is being proposed because a portion of the land is going to be being subdivided, and it's going to be conveyed to the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency so that it can be incorporated into the Lowe's Theater project for loading docks.
So with that, counsel, I am to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record.
Okay, great.
Thank you. I have two witnesses, Mr. Len Savino, again, the project engineer, who will quickly explain the subdivision to you. And there are two variances, which Charles Height will explain to you.
Great. All right, well, still under oath, so go ahead.
Thank you. So what you have on your screen is the previously approved and signed major subdivision plan, drawing CB 203, as you can see in the bottom left corner, all of the boxes with signatures from the original approval. I'm going to go to the current one that was recently submitted. Again, the only difference is the reference to the resubmission right here where my hand is there. You can see that.
And this is the actual subdivision plan that's posted on the portal, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep. And it,
Len, let me just ask you a couple of quick questions. So at the very top of that plan on the top right, that's the 5 lots, correct?
that is correct.
And the previous application that we just heard, that's where we started out. And the approval that the board just gave us was the middle picture, which is now 2 lots, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that was just approved approved at the last hearing. So now what we're asking for is the board to approve the bottom section, and there's 3 lots there, and the lot on the far right is the reason why we had to come back to the planning board. This approval was originally granted in January of 23 after negotiations with the JCRA. That's why we came back later for a second subdivision to create that little square, 6,000 square foot lot to convey to the JCRA to use in connection with their Lowe's project.
Correct.
I think that does it. Thank you, Len. Well, we'll get Charles to do it. So there are 2 deviations. One is from the municipal land use law, the other is from the JCLDO, and the deviations are, you'll notice that little lot is not located on a public right-of-way. And typically, planning boards don't approve lot configurations that are not on a public right-of-way. But in this case, there's a special reason why you should approve it, and Charles is going to tell you about it.
Yeah, so it's essentially the
Mr.
same.
Height, you're still under oath?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. You just heard the statement given by Mr. McCann.
Correct.
Is it accurate?
It is. There's 2 different sections that we're requesting relief from.
And those are?
The subdivision ordinance with respect to fronting or abutting a street, and then the municipal land use law with respect to frontage on a public right-of-way. The intent of those is to allow for development to occur with access. In this instance, the redevelopment plan calls for the improvement, a required improvement to create a pathway from Journal Square through to Tunnelly. That's still being implemented. Nothing's being prevented in that intent and requirement of the redevelopment plan. And the benefits I would offer to this board is it allows for the further redevelopment of these properties as well as the Lowe's Theater. So there's a lot of coordination being presented in this application, advancing the objectives of the redevelopment plan, and there's no impairment of the intent of those requirements, which will still have access. The loading access for this property will still occur from Pavonia.
And just one last thing, eventually that lot that we're creating is going to be conveyed to the JCRA and subsumed or consolidated into the Lowe's Theater lot, correct?
Yes, and then Lowe's
It
Theater
will
obviously
become
has
part of
frontage-
the Lowe's, right.
Frontage on Kennedy Boulevard, Journal Square proper.
There you go.
And that lot
Charles?
will be bigger.
It would be bigger with frontage, so this deviation it's temporary in nature.
Right.
If you would think about it that way.
That's all we have.
So, hearing no other questions, anyone from the public?
Madam Chair, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Second it.
Staff agrees with Mr. Height's testimony as to the appropriateness of this deviation here. There have been no changes to the conditions in this general area between the original approval of this subdivision and this current application that would warrant a reexamination of the suitability of the subdivision.
Thank you. I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move for approval, case P2024-0145, preliminary and final major subdivision with variances for 808 Pavonia Avenue, 132-140 Van Ripen Avenue, 12 Bryan Place, 813 Pavonia Avenue, and 270 Magnolia Avenue.
Second it.
It goes to Stamato.
Commissioner Stamato.
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Acting Chair Councilwoman Prinseri.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, everybody. As always, appreciate your time.
Okay.
Time is 9:40.
So you got 20 minutes to roll.
Let's rock and roll.
All right, so yeah, next is item 20, case P2024-0050.
All right, good evening, Madam Acting Chair, Commissioners Benjamin Wine of Prime Tuvell and Misselli on behalf of the applicant Rosif LLC. Just by way of some housekeeping, this application was initially on your July 23rd agenda and did not get reached and was adjourned with preservation of notice till this evening. So I'll just confirm with counsel that he is in receipt of notice and have that marked as A1.
Council. Madam Chair, we did receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing. We looked at it, and we determined that it was or appeared to be in order, so we're going to mark it as A1 for the record. My notes and recollection were that the original notice was provided at that meeting, so I believe that we have it, but, okay. We'll check on Kennedy too then. So, Madam Chair, this does appear to be the original of the digital version that was reviewed. We're going to mark it as A1 for the record.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'll be brief. The application before you this evening is for a minor site plan approval that is making use of the affordable housing overlay as well as the accessory dwelling unit provisions of your updated land development ordinance. There, again, as with my prior application, there are no variances associated with this application. And ultimately, what we're proposing is a new 3-story residential building that will contain 11 residential dwelling units, inclusive of 1 3-bedroom affordable housing unit, which you'll see momentarily, as well as a single 3-bedroom accessory dwelling unit at the rear of the property. This project has been approved by the Division of Affordable Housing with respect to their review of the affordable unit. And I would also indicate, as I said before, that our proposal complies with all requirements of the R1 requirement. We also did reach out. We did reach out to through City Planning to Councilwoman Ridley and receive comments from her that she has no further comments to this application and has reviewed it. Lastly, I'll just indicate for the record that we did receive CAM's staff report and take no exception to complying with all of the conditions in that report. And with that, Madam Chair, I have one witness here with me this evening, Jeff Lewis, our project architect.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Still in
And I,
growth. Go ahead. Yeah.
growth. Thank you. Okay, so 296 Old Bergen Road.
I'm sorry, you'll accept him as an expert?
Yes, I'll accept him as an expert. Yes.
All right, Jeff, go right ahead.
So this is an oversized lot. It's 50 feet wide by roughly 94 feet deep. There's an existing residential building on the lot that will be demolished, and we're proposing a new 12-unit multifamily building. That's 11 in the building, plus the 1 ADU. The units break down as 2 studios that average 414 square feet, 8 one-bedroom apartments that average 544 square feet, and then 2 3-bedroom apartments that average 880 square feet. And as was mentioned, we do not need any variances for this application. Looking to the site plan, we are eliminating an existing curb cut, and we're having no parking here. So we're providing new concrete curbs and sidewalks. We're proposing 2 new street trees where there were previously none. The new building is set back 8 foot 7 inches from the front property line. We're using this space for walkways as well as 297 square feet of lawn and landscaping area. The building on the sides is set back 3 feet on one side, 3 feet, 8 feet on the other side. There's a walkway along each of these sides, and that leads to the backyard where we have our 1-story accessory dwelling unit. The accessory dwelling unit has a 0-foot rear yard setback, 2 foot on one side and 3 foot on the other side, and then there are 5 feet in between the accessory dwelling unit and our main building. We are proposing additional walkways and a lawn area in between the 2 buildings. Lastly, we do have a stormwater detention system on this property. I do have the engineering drawing here. I can go over it if it's something you would like to see, but it is built to the city standards. Moving to the floor plans. This is our ground floor plan. We do have a centrally located front entry and lobby. This provides us access to our meters, a mailroom, our sprinkler room, as this will be a fully sprinklered building, the main staircase to the building. There's also a hallway out to the back door to provide easy access to the accessory dwelling unit. And on this floor in the main building, there are 3 apartments. All the apartments in the building have PTACs to use for heat and air conditioning. They all have washer dryer in the unit, and all of the ground floor units, including the accessory dwelling unit, are ADA adaptable. So in the main building, I said we have 3 units. 2 of them are studios. Those are the 2 located at the top of the drawing. And then the 3rd unit is our affordable unit, and that's the 3-bedroom apartment located here at the bottom of the drawing. In the accessory dwelling unit, we have the doorway here that leads directly to a 3-bedroom apartment in that accessory dwelling unit. The rest of the accessory dwelling unit actually has its own entry, and it's used for our bicycle parking, which will be for 8 bicycle spaces, and our trash and recycling area, both of which have a straight path down the alley out to the street. Looking at the second floor plan, it's a very simple plan. We have a central staircase leading out to a common corridor, and then there are 4 apartments wrapping around that, 1 in each corner, and each of these is a 1-bedroom apartment. This is the 3rd floor plan. These actually are exactly the same as the 3rd floor plan, as the 2nd floor plan, excuse me. The only difference is we don't see the accessory dwelling unit here anymore. And here we're showing the roof plan. We do have a staircase going up to the roof. It's only for maintenance purposes. The roof is a flat roof that has 1,157 square feet of green roof trays. This is our front elevation to the building. Our main finish is a smooth red brick, which is continuing all the way up to a built-up brick cornice. We have some window bay details that you could see on the right here. We are providing brick surrounds around the entire windows. The windows themselves have black frames on the windows and also the main entry doors. We are providing black P-TEC grills, which will match those windows beneath each of the window bays. And we're also providing these iron gray fiber cement panels as accents in between the windows vertically. At the front entry, we do have a aluminum wrapped entry canopy above the front entry door. And lastly, at the top of the building, you can see we have the setback stair penthouse. This will be finished in a white vinyl siding to be nice and light. This is the right side elevation, showing at the top here the main building and the accessory building to the right of it. These are finished with, at the base, a dark gray smooth stucco finish. And then above that, we have, thank you, a light gray vinyl siding. Those same finishes are applied to the accessory dwelling unit on the side and as well as the front of the accessory dwelling unit, which we're showing here at the bottom. The only thing to note here is that the right side door is the door to the trash area, and that is a solid door. And the accessory dwelling unit, the apartment's door, is a mostly glass door. Here we're looking at the left side. Again, same finishes as the right side. Smooth stucco at the bottom, light gray vinyl siding above. And then lastly, we're looking at both of the rear elevations of both the main building and the accessory dwelling unit. And you could see the same finishes as we were showing previously, including the same black framed windows with the matching black aluminum P-TEC grills beneath them. That actually concludes my presentation on this project. Anyone who has any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Jeff, the only question I have, it's going to preempt what I know the board's question is going to be. The 3-bedroom affordable unit, we would commit that would be in the principal building and not the accessory dwelling unit. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, that concludes my presentation.
And council, it would be made with the same materials and same quality as the others.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, any additional questions? No? Anyone from the public?
Seeing no one from the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public session.
Cam, go ahead.
Okay, so planning staff thanks the applicant for working diligently with staff to meet all of the various requirements of the AHO overlay and working with the Affordable Housing Division, Alex specifically, to designate that unit. Planning staff believes that the project meets the purpose and intent of the affordable housing overlay, and planning staff is happy to see the incorporation of an affordable unit, which will foster potentially a family to be able to afford to live in Jersey City and have future generations. And ultimately, planning staff believes you satisfied all of the requests from our staff report, and this does meet our master plan and the intent of the zone plan, and planning staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Yeah. Take a motion.
So, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P2024-0050 for minor site plan for address 296 Old Bergen Road.
Is there a second?
Okay, on a motion to approve with conditions, Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato, Commissioner Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Acting Chair Madame Councilwoman Prinzary.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Next one,
So, yep.
cannabis.
So next one, item 21, case P2024-0074.
Councilwoman and Chairperson, good evening, Board, Council. Jim Burke representing the applicant. We appreciate you staying so late so we can hear this matter. First, this is a notice matter, so I'm going to hand Council the proof of service. Did you, where's my stuff? So we have a number of people here, but what I'd like to do, because the hour's late, is jump into, I think, the questions that were raised in the planner's report, involving certain aspects of the operation and so forth. But we do have a number of people here. The owners are sitting to my right, and we've got three individuals here. One is Kimberly Green, the other one is Tiffany Cardwell. They're both owners. And then the individual sitting next to them is Michelle Bauman, and Michelle is a member, she works for the third member of the LLC, which is also an LLC. They provide technical expertise for dispensaries. They also own and operate dispensaries. But in this case, their role is primarily to provide expertise, setting up the security systems and so forth. If we need to hear from her, she flew in from Missouri, so if we need to hear from her, we can swear her in. But in the meantime, I'd like to just jump right to the architect and just start going through the important things, such as I understand the odor containment. So to my right is the architect. Would you swear him in, please?
So, Mr. Burke, why don't we mark the notice? Madam Chair, I am received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application. It does appear to be in order. We're going to mark it as A1 for purposes of the record. Mike, we can go ahead and swear in the witness. We'll get them qualified. And then, Mr. Burke, we've done lots of these, so.
I do. Gerard Schubert, Gerard, last name Schubert.
All right, Mr. Schubert, you're a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey?
I am.
And you've appeared before this board and others?
I have.
All right, would you accept him as an expert?
Your license is current and in good standing, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll accept.
Okay, so what I'd like you to do, this is a conditional use approval. There are variances involved. Okay. There are no variances involved. To my knowledge, it's a conditional use only approval. So I know there are certain aspects, again, odor and so forth. The architect will walk through the design, the facade, and so forth. And then as questions come up, we will have Ms. Bauman come up if need be.
Mr. Burke, you've already secured the approval of the Cannabis Board?
The Jersey City Cannabis Board has approved this matter, and I understand, and I hope I get the technical term right, there's a conditional use approval in Trenton, and that's why it's important to proceed, because the conditional use, as the word condition suggests, if you don't have approvals within a certain period of time, it can go away.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head when the Cannabis Board approved this particular application?
Not off the top of my head, but it was in 2023.
So,
yeah, November 2023.
So my point is, it's been some time. Obviously, you've already gone through the technical aspect with the CCB.
Yes.
So this is really to confirm distance and zoning issues.
just so everybody is aware and so that the architect can really pinpoint. He can tell us about odor and noise mitigation, but presumably the CCB heard that testimony and dealt with those issues.
Correct. So as I mentioned, though, since we have a planner's report, which was very well done by Mr. Espinosa, we will focus on those things to make sure the board has a satisfaction level on the quality of this application.
Okay. So the address is 39 Park Avenue, also known as 41 Marin Boulevard. It's down by the marina. The building is an existing building. We're not proposing any expansion of the volume. The current use of the site is a campground. Get the site plan up. Sorry. The site plan, current use is a campground, and the building that's, the two supporting building structures that are on the campground house the bathrooms and the laundry facilities for the campers. This area that we're taking over is approximately 700 square feet. It's at the one end of the building, closer to the marina. This is the interior of the building. We are not proposing, as I said, any exterior improvements other than a canopy, some signage, and some lighting. The interior is mostly storage for product, with one room for IT area and one room for point of sale transactions. All the transactions are going to be outside. There's no one's going to be coming into the building. Showing the exterior of the building, we're proposing to paint the exterior black with the, as I said canopy with some lighting over the 3 transaction windows. The sign is going to be painted as per district regulations. For the interior, even though the aroma should be fairly mild compared to a growing facility, we are specifying, and this is a new thing, and I think you submitted the drawings, a filtering system as a standalone filter with a fan that does about, it's good for up to about 1,000 square feet. Our facility is about 700 square feet, and it's just a charcoal filter with a fan, and it should clear the air adequately. We don't have a HVAC system per se. We have a mini split system, so we don't have any exterior ducts. So none of the air will go outside. It's self-contained. As far as noise, I don't know that this is going to generate any other noise than a simple retail facility.
But again, no one's admitted inside the.
No one's admitted inside.
Right,
Correct.
so the business is transacted at the outside window, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And the signage and so forth will meet with code. There's no variances requested for that.
Right. They asked us to. We had a little bit too large at the first go around, so we made it a little bit smaller.
Okay, all right. What I'd like to do is just turn it back to the board for questions. And again, we have a number of people here. There's a union representative in the back who's been patiently waiting, who's from South Jersey. So he's here if you have any questions of him, because they did reach an agreement with the local union rep. And again, we have Mr. McAllister's here. He's a contractor. He does work. He can answer certain questions if questions come up. And again, Miss Michelle came all the way from Missouri, so she's here to answer any questions you might have.
So,
Madam Chair, Council, thank you. I thank the team for showing up. But Madam Chair, we've heard numerous of these. CCB did what they do, obviously. Francisco seems to have left, but according to his staff memo, he has undertaken his review and finds that there are no other facilities within the buffer requirement, separation distance from the school. So it seems to me, in reading his report, the applicant has satisfied all the conditions. So if you have questions, obviously we can ask of the applicant, but it's pretty straightforward.
yeah, I agree. And no questions. Any questions?
The only thing is with regard to the union, is it for the workers or, I mean, and to what extent?
One of the requirements is to enter a union agreement. Yeah, so, yeah, come on. I'd rather he came all the way up from Blackwood, New Jersey, so let's have him speak. Good, good.
I do. First name Hugh, H-U-G-H, last name Giordano, Giordano. Thank you.
Now, other than being an Eagles fan, I'd like you to just explain.
Can't help it, sorry.
Well, now I'm just going to say keep it brief.
No problem, I will.
Please explain the relationship between your union and the applicant.
Sure. Under state law, when applying for a license, you have to sign what's called a labor peace agreement, an LPA. This applicant has entered into a labor peace agreement, which means that when it's up and operational, the hope would be that the workers would have the right to form and join a union without the fear of retaliation. This employer has shown good faith in that way, so it won't be a Jeff Bezos experiment here. People will actually be treated with respect. It's part of the state requirement, and this employer exemplifies what our union wants in having long-term careers for working people in Jersey City.
Is this for cannabis? Is this a cannabis union?
Yeah, so the UFCW, under the AFL-CIO, has official jurisdiction, but we also represent ShopRite's, Acme's, Kroger's, King's, Goya, Dietz & Watson. They're all our represented facilities as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Cannabis? You can't stop anybody from unionizing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. If there's anyone from the public? No.
I just remind him, my mom was the shop stewardess at ShopRite in Livingston, so he gave me a hug.
Sometimes the less information is more. No, I'm just kidding. So, Cam, if you want to go ahead. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Can we get
Public.
yeah, we have to close public.
Madam Chair, seeing no one else from the public wishing to speak, I move to close.
Thank you. Cam?
They already agreed to Francisco's conditions. Planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a motion.
He hasn't spoken yet.
All right, let me get it done. Madam Chair, I move to approve case P2024-0074 for conditional use at 41 Marin Boulevard.
Okay, on a motion to approve, Commissioner Lipsky.
Yeah, I think it's a great location. I mean, anyone who goes down that neck of the woods knows that cannabis is not unfamiliar from a certain establishment down there. So they won't have to go as far to get products. So I vote aye.
Commissioner Stamato.
I like it. It's right by the water, that far to go. I agree with what you're saying. I wish you all the luck in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I approve.
Commissioner Cruz.
Congratulations to Joe Coa's daughter and for you guys, and I vote aye.
Commissioner Dr. Asai.
Aye.
And acting Madam Chair, Councilwoman Prinzery.
It's great to see women in this industry. I wish you guys all the best. I vote aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Councilman.
One more. Yeah.
You want to hear from Mr. Warren?
Yeah, let's call let's go.
Congratulations, bro. Good work.
I've got my check and
Hey,
affidavit package ready.
one question, Ms. Cott.
You can get it.
Can we have order? We have one more application to hear, so let's just keep it moving. Steve, you can sidebar if you like.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we will hear case number P2024-0071.
All right, good evening again, Madam Acting Chair, Commissioners, Benjamin Wine of Prime Tuvella Maselli on behalf of the applicant 3438 Kennedy Boulevard, LLC. Just a point of order, I will deliver the affidavit package to council.
Madam Chair, I received the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 3438 Kennedy Boulevard here in the city. It does appear to be in order. Can mark it as A1 for the record.
Great, okay, go ahead, Ben.
Thank you. So very briefly, the property in question is 3438 Kennedy Boulevard, which is block 2605, lot 1, and we are located in the RC2 zone. This particular property is a corner lot located at the southeast corner of JFK Boulevard and Bowers Street, and currently consists of, you might be familiar, it's a 2-story mixed-use building with the Dunkin' Donuts right at the corner over there, and it takes up just about 100% of the lot. There is also residential use on the second floor and a second commercial use in the rear of the existing building. There are varying uses around the neighborhood, including multifamily, mixed use, and higher density sites. And what we're here proposing this evening is minor site plan approval with one bulk variance in order to construct an addition above the existing 2-story building to create a 4-story mixed use building that will consist of 10 residential dwelling units and ground floor commercial space. I do want to note as well, the owner of this property is also the Dunkin' Donuts franchisee, and he has every intention, I know it's a pillar of that community, and far be it from us to take away people's coffee who live around there. He intends to reutilize the front portion of the ground floor as that Dunkin' Donuts as well. We are also taking advantage of the affordable housing overlay here as well, which you'll hear about in detail. And I want to note one more important thing because it is very relevant to this application. This is an adaptive reuse project of an existing site that currently contains 3 nonconformities. Currently, there is no rear yard setback or from the rear lot point, as this is a corner lot. There's also 100% lot coverage and 100% building coverage. We are eliminating 2 of those existing nonconformities by actually demolishing the back rear corner of this building to actually allow for that rear lot point setback to be conforming, and also to bring the overall lot coverage down into conformance below 90%. The one variance we have is a reduction of the 100% building coverage. We can't quite get it down to 85%, but we are down to about 89% and change. So to recap, we've eliminated 2 of the existing nonconformities entirely, and we've drastically reduced the third, which is the sole variance that we're here seeking this evening. With me this evening, I do have 2 witnesses I intend to call, Jeff Lewis, our project architect, and Sam Bellamy to walk you through his testimony for the single variance. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Lewis.
Hi, still under oath?
Still under oath and still qualified, yeah.
All right, Jeff, why don't you walk us through the plan?
Okay, so Benjamin did a lot of the work for me. So I just want to start breaking down what we have in this building. It will be a new 4-story building with 2 ground floor commercial spaces and 10 apartments. That corner commercial space, which is the Dunkin' Donuts and will remain a Dunkin' Donuts, is 585 square feet. The second commercial space is a little more down Bowers Street. It's smaller, it's 433 square feet. The apartments break down as 1 3-bedroom, that is 821 square feet, 3 2-bedrooms that average 671 square feet, excuse me, and 6 1-bedroom apartments that average 560 square feet. Looking at the site plan, I'm actually going to go to the next sheet. The site plan's a little clearer to see. We are proposing all new curbs and sidewalks. There are 3 existing street trees, which we will be upgrading those tree pits to be Jersey City standards, and proposing 1 new street tree on Bowers. There's an existing concrete ramp that goes up to the Dunkin' Donuts, which will be remaining. After that, as was mentioned, the building is built to all the property lines. However, we are cutting away a 7'6" by 30-foot piece at that back corner to comply with the rear yard setback. That will be finished with open grid pavers, so half concrete, half lawn, which will allow us to comply with the lot coverage requirement as well. I'm just going to jump right into the floor plans here. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I wanted this one. I apologize. Okay, so here we are at the cellar plan. There are 2 spaces here, 2 main spaces. The front lawn space here is used for commercial storage. This is accessed from the sidewalk hatch door, which is existing. The back space is used for the residential. We have a new staircase from the residential lobby down to this space. And here we have our trash and recycling area, our meter room, as well as our sprinkler room, as this is a fully sprinklered building. Here we're looking at the first floor, and I should have mentioned this, it's existing at the top and new at the bottom. I'm not really going to touch the existing and look right to the new. So as was mentioned, this corner space here is going to remain the Dunkin' Donuts. However, we are adding a new ADA bath, and it will obviously be refinished. Moving down Bauer Street, you see that second smaller space, which also we're adding an ADA bath to. And that's it for the commercial. Everything else on this floor is residential. We have a secondary entrance, which is off of JFK Boulevard and leads directly to stair number 2. The main entrance is here off of Bauer Street. It opens to a lobby, which has a little extra room for bike storage. It provides access to stair number 1, which I just mentioned goes up and also down to the basement. And then also leads to apartment number 1, which is the ground floor 3-bedroom apartment. This
And that's the
apartment,
affordable
This
unit.
apartment is the affordable apartment. And let me just go over some of the amenities. Like all of the units, it will have a washer dryer in the apartment, wall-mounted mini splits to provide heat and air conditioning. This is on the ground floor, so it is an ADA adaptable apartment. And also has its own private exit to the back rear yard, so it will have a private rear yard of its own.
And Jeff, just before you go on to confirm, that private rear yard is where that portion of the existing building is being demolished, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And so that will be private for the affordable unit.
Perfect.
Which is a nice little amenity, I think. Here we're looking at the second and third floor. Each of these floors is the same. There's 2 stairs leading to a common hallway, 3 apartments on each floor. At the front corner, we have our 2-bedroom apartment. We have a 1-bedroom apartment in the middle and a 1-bedroom apartment at the back, which has a 5-foot by 10-foot balcony, which is overlooking the rear yard. This is the 4th floor plan. It's actually very similar to the floors below, the only difference being the front 2-bedroom apartment and the rear 1-bedroom apartment have new stairs put inside the apartment, which will lead directly up to their private roof decks. And here we are looking at that roof plan. So on this plan, we have 2 private roof decks. The one in the front is 225 square feet. The one to the rear is 246 square feet. Also on this floor, we have 770 square feet of green roof trays. And also we do have stair number 2, which is a common stair coming up to this roof. And that's so they can provide maintenance to the AC condensers, which are also located on the roof. Here we're looking at our front elevation, the JFK elevation. We're proposing a traditional looking building with some modern feel and color scheme. Going to the materials, starting at the bottom, we are providing a gray cast stone base to the building. Then the main finish of the building is a smooth red brick. This is broken up between the 1st and 2nd floors with a aluminum wrapped sign band and awning. We're using that same finish at the top with an aluminum wrapped cornice, which is a fairly large cornice. The windows themselves all have we have black aluminum frames for all of our windows and doors. And looking at the upper level, you can see we have these very large 16-inch tall cast stone headers for all of the windows. This is our rear elevation. The base is smooth stucco, painted gray, and then light gray vinyl siding above. You can also see the balconies that we mentioned here. Those, the bases of the balconies are wrapped in dark gray aluminum, and it's dark gray aluminum for the posts and rails as well. This is the Bauer Street elevation. As you can see, it has all the same finishes as the JFK elevation has. The one addition is we have some of these larger empty spaces where we're proposing some decorative brickwork to add some interest to those areas. And then lastly, this is the right side elevation. The front half of this is right against the property line where it's against the building next to us here. And then where it's exposed around that building, we'll be providing that light gray vinyl siding. And then in the rear yard area, we're also proposing light gray vinyl siding and the same black aluminum frames for the windows and doors as we're proposing on the front elevations. That concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Unless there are questions, I'll move straight into our last and final witness, Sam Bellamy, who will speak to the reduction of 2 of the 3 existing or the elimination of 2 of the 3 existing nonconformities and reduction of the last one, which remains a variance condition.
Not much you can say. And I recognize I'm still under oath and still qualified. So again, this property is in the RC2 district. It's just the 1 variance for building coverage. We are reducing the coverage by 9%, so it'll be 91%, where 85% is permitted. We are.
It's 90. It's 90.
90%, sorry, rounding. We are increasing the rear yard setback to bring that into conformity with the 30% requirement, actually exceeding it on the ground floor. The side yard setbacks and front yard setbacks will
Bless you.
bless you, will remain in conformance, and then we're bringing the lot coverage into conformance with the 90% requirement. Overall, this project is consistent with the municipal land use law, purposes A, E, and I. Again, this is a permitted mixed-use building in the zone. We're also utilizing the affordable housing overlay, so the density is permitted. I don't see any substantial detriment to the public good or general welfare here, or likewise any impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. Again, this is directly in line with what the RC district was created and intended to do, providing and maintaining neighborhood level retail. We are proposing green roofing to mitigate the building coverage. And overall, I think with the reduction of the nonconformities, the benefits would outweigh the detriments here, and that the positive and negative criteria has been met.
Okay, thank you. That's all the testimony I intended to elicit from Mr. Bellamy. I'll just bring it home by indicating as well, which I should have done before. I did receive Mr. De Silva's staff report and take no exception to complying with conditions. I also want to thank him for working closely with our, especially our architect, on coming up with the iteration of the design that you see here this evening.
Okay. There are no questions. I don't see anyone from the public here.
No public.
So, can we get a second? Okay. Matt, go ahead.
Before I begin my testimony, I'd just like to formally enter into evidence a staff report dated August 16th. Due to a staff oversight, it did not get uploaded to the portal until today. So just to keep everything, even though it was shared with Mr. Wine earlier, just to keep everything formal and buttoned up, I'd like to formally enter this as evidence.
Thank you. We don't have to, but we'll mark it as B1.
Okay.
Wants to go home. As Mr. Bellamy mentioned, this is a renovation and reuse of an existing structure that had 3 pre-existing non-conforming conditions, and as part of this renovation, they are eliminating 2 of them. Staff felt comfortable with the remaining variance for building coverage, especially as a green roof is providing more permeable surface and stormwater treatment. This project advances the purposes and intent of the RC2 district, as well as the affordable housing overlay. There will be 1 3-bedroom affordable unit in the property, and staff supports approval with conditions.
Thank you. I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve case 2024-0071 for minor site plan for 3438 John F. Kennedy Boulevard.
Second it.
Commissioner Stamato?
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz?
Aye, sir.
Commissioner Desai?
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky?
Aye.
Acting Chair Councilwoman Prinseri? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
And you said it couldn't be done.
The memorialization of the resolutions.
So, Madam Chair, we have a pretty decent-sized list, about 16 resolutions for everyone's edification. I'll read them off, and then you can entertain a motion. First resolution is Resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, case number P2023-0087. The applicant is SSB Goler LLC for site plan extension 150 Vroom Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 12107, lots 27 and 28. Resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board, case number P2024-0104. The applicant is 252 Monticello LLC. Address is 252 Monticello Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 15203, lot 2. Next resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. The applicant is, or the case number is P2023-0073. The applicant is 438 Realty Associates LLC. Preliminary major site plan approval for 438 Summit Ave, Jersey City, New Jersey, Block 10803, Lot 23. Next resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City approving final major site plan amendment, case number P2024-040. The applicant is 55 Hudson Street LLC. It's a final major site plan approval amendment with a deviation for 55 Hudson Street, Jersey City, New Jersey. Next resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, case number P2024-0058. The applicant is Mike Patel LLC. It's for an interim use approval for signage 780 to 782 Newark Avenue. Next resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. The applicant is KRE Acquisition Corp. For preliminary and final major subdivision approval with deviations. Block 10601, approved lot 34.02, also known as Block 9404, a portion of existing Lot 34, and Block 10601, existing lots 38 and 39. Block 10601, proposed lots 34.03 and 34.04, 808 Pavonia Avenue, 813 Pavonia Avenue, 270 Magnolia Avenue, and its case number P2024-0145. Next resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, case number P22-136. It is the application of KRE Silverstein 808 Pavonia LLC for preliminary and final major subdivision approval with deviations, block 9404, existing lots 34, 35, and 41, block 10601, existing lots 38 and 39, block 9404, proposed lot 34.01, block 10601, proposed lot 34.02, 808 Pavonia Avenue, 132 to 140 Van Ripen Avenue, 12 Bryan Place, 813 Pavonia Avenue, 270 Magnolia Avenue. Next resolution is a resolution in the matter of Zubin Mogul applicant, 61 Liberty Ave, case number P2023-0077 for a minor site plan approval. Next resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, case number P2024-0105, Vasant Properties LLC, extension of final major site plan approval with deviations, 165 to 169 and 173 Academy Street. Next resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board, case number P2023-0056, the applicant's Newport Associates Development Company, for a major site plan approval with deviations, 44 Park Lane North, block 7302, lot 3.15. Next resolution is a resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board in the matter of Grand Jersey Group LLC, 185 Monmouth Street, aka 52 Etna Street, block 15801, lot 3.02, case number P2023-0093. Resolution of the Planning Board, case number P2024-0098. 77 Forest Street, Jersey City, block 21502, lot 1. It's an application for a proposed Class 1 cultivation cannabis business. Next resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City. The applicant's Newport Associates Development Company, preliminary major site plan approval with variances, 44 Park Lane North, block 7302, lot 3.15, case number 2023-0056. approving conditional use, creme of pot dispensary for conditional use approval, 947 Communipaw Avenue, block 18703, lot 6, case number P2024-0010. The next resolution is a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, case P2024-0032. Applicant is 626 Newark Avenue LLC. It's an administrative amendment approval with relief for deviation, 626 to 632 Newark Avenue, block 8101, lots 28 and 29. Final resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, case P2023-0053. The applicant is PSE&G. It's for preliminary and final major site plan approval, interim use at 675 to 695 Grand Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 17301, lots 3 and 9.
Take a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to motion to approve the memorialization of the 16 resolutions read by Council Lampe.
On a motion to approve, Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato. Commissioner Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Sai. And acting Madam Chair, Councilwoman Prinzuri. Motion carries. All in favor to memorialize resolutions.
Second.
Okay, we're adjourned.
We did all.
Cleared the